How was your holiday?
The holiday was nice. Uh, had really good time. Yeah,
Did you? Okay.
kids were nice and good, and we had great time.
Well, that's good. It's always good when they behave, right?
Yeah, it's always nice to get them when they're here. I don't always have them here with me.
Oh, yeah, that's nice. Did you have them through the first of the year?
Yeah, I had them up until yesterday morning. Yeah.
It's fantastic. We It was so low key here, and then man, I got so busy over the holiday painting, new paintings because I sold a few.
Mm-hmm.
So I have been crazy, crazy busy, it seems like, trying to get some new work done. I got to go down to the gallery tomorrow for 3 hours. So
Cool.
that's gonna be fun and take some new work. But other than that, it's just been crazy hectic holiday season. I didn't have time to do much.
It was really busy, that's for sure.
Really. So I'm glad that it's over with. They just kind of impede every year. I mean, it's nice to have a little time off, but you kind of feel derailed in some ways, in a lot of ways, trying to get this or that done. Nice to have a little.
Yep.
So, uh, how's Nancy and her crew tonight?
I don't know. They look like they're ready to go. I sent messages out already, and looks like they're going to be good to go tonight. I haven't heard anything back, you know, saying
Cool.
otherwise.
Yeah. Now, if I share screens on here, are you able
Yep,
to keep that video, for the archive
yep. But
shows?
just keep in mind the people on the radio side will not be able to see it though.
Right. Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
You
And
just have to keep that in mind. All right, we got 30 seconds, and we'll be off to the races like a herd of turtles.
I love a band called Trampled by Turtles. They're bluegrass.
Here's your countdown, Jack. Five, four, three, two, one. And you're live and on the radio side for the first time this year, right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live 2026. This is the first show of our new year, and it's good to be back after a long break. If you've not joined us before, you are joining the radio show where, generally speaking, the guest are the voices in my head, and we jump down theoretical rabbit holes. We are broadcasting live from an abandoned nuclear missile silo somewhere lost in the post apocalyptic wastelands of the Dakota territories. And, it is deep. It's 300 feet deep. And I've got a security crew here. Daisy and the Sundance Kid are keeping security for us as always. They started last year and they've been fantastic. So we're gonna keep them on their path to stardom here on the show. Um, and tonight we're gonna talk about a couple of different main topics that popped up on my radar screen this week. One of them is the so-called predator creatures that people keep coming across out in the woods. This is something I investigated many moons ago, and if you go to my YouTube channel, Jack Carey, there is a video about these creatures. And when I say predator creatures, I mean like the the predator creature that you see in Hollywood able to cloak itself. And, you know, a lot of people claim that that is, well, they call it the Glimmer Man in some circles, but they claim that it could be like a cloaked Bigfoot. I don't know if that's the case, but there's an interesting line of evidence to kind of go down to, you know, the rabbit hole kind of splits off, and in one of those little avenues, you can kind of explore the possibility of it being a cloaked Bigfoot. In the other, you might consider something more along the lines of the Hollywood version of the predator creature. In any event, I had occasion to be involved with a group of cryptozoologists, and one of them was a man named Bob Garrett. And Bob Garrett produced a film, a YouTube film. I shouldn't say produced. He just, you know, was a guy that went out into the wild and actively filmed his hikes looking for evidence of Bigfoot, and was a quality researcher. And he made a film, and it's called 3 Miles In. And if you go to my YouTube channel and check out the Predator video, you'll get to see Bob Garrett's 3 Miles In. And I've argued a number of times in the past that it might be the scariest thing ever filmed, which is saying a lot, considering that you can't really see the creature. And by that I mean, if you've seen the Predator movies, you'll know that sort of shimmering, that it kind of is bending the light rays as it's moving through the forest. That's what Bob caught, and he did it at a time when nobody had ever caught anything like that on camera before, or even thought that it would be possible to catch something like that on camera. And you can see this thing reaching out and pushing bushes aside and stuff like that. It's really creepy, right? And you have to consider the fact that old Bob was 3 miles in, as the film was titled. And that's a hair-raising 3 miles back out. When you get 3 miles deep into the bush, and some of the places in North America like we've been, it gets pretty hairy. If you come across something 3 miles deep in, that's a long way back out if you got to fight your way back out. Long way. And, you know, you go in expecting to find a Bigfoot nest or some prints or perhaps a cave that they could be residing in, something, you know, some kind of physical trace evidence of a Bigfoot. And in return, you get, you know, something that is trying to be invisible, moving near you through the woods. That's some hair-raising stuff. So we'll get to that. And the other is, well, we had some interesting stuff this week concerning reptilian aliens, and the reptilian alien phenomenon is something that I like to come back to periodically, because it's just such a hard to swallow paranormal phenomenon, and yet there's a lot of circumstantial evidence out there that is, you know, when you pile it all up on one big pile and take a look at it, it makes you wonder. It really, really does. And we're going to talk about David Icke, talk a little bit about the lead singer of Smashing Pumpkins features into all of this rabbit hole stuff about reptilian aliens. Can you imagine? But it does, and he does. And I thought that to start off, we would begin by examining where we kind of left off 2025, and now we're going into 2026. And if you've been following the show here, you'll know that I've been examining the so-called cyber prophecies for a long time, and then kind of delving into different areas that the cyber prophecies covered in an attempt to verify that they were in fact manifesting within the materium, if you will. And that's sort of where we are right now. These event manifestations, event probabilities, I suppose you would call them, don't change with the first of the year. If there's one of these things in motion, and there always is, then it'll carry us into the next year. And the next year is interesting. I got some communication from Cliff High actually right before we went on the air, so I've not been able to see what it is that he sent over. But it's interesting. I gave it a brief glimpse, and he's going to be talking about in this correspondence the idea that there's going to be exactly like Tom Lee and over in Wall Street is saying, there's going to be compression this year of a number of different things. And by that, I mean, we're going to go from like a sense of joy and elation to a sense of desperation, and finally to a sense of coming out of that desperation into a new, if you will, sci-fi world. This is the year that sci-fi world emerges, and that was predicted by the Webbot many moons ago, way back in the early 90s or whatever, when they were doing those original Alta reports. And so this year you're going to see, and if you've been a listener of late, you'll know that I'm covering cryptocurrencies now along with crypto animals, because the cyber prophecies led us here. It's really that simple. And along with the cyber prophecies, you have groups like Dick Algeyer's future forecasting group also using paranormal means by which to forecast the idea that cryptocurrencies will eventually dominate the financial landscape. And I'm not a financial analyst in any way, shape, or form. If you want to know how to track get better at attempting to track a Sasquatch, something like that, then I'm not bad. I'm for hire. If you're looking for a cryptid animal, you can reach out to me. I'm not for hire if you're looking for financial advice. So that, buyer beware on all of that. But I can tell you, I am a polymath with a photographic memory, and I have extensive experience doing what I do. And I can tell you that we're at a very interesting point here in the crypto markets ever since October the 10th, which was the largest liquidation event in any market in the history of markets. So when something that big happens, that's like a black swan taking place. And that's what happened to the crypto markets. And the only reason it wasn't like pasted on front page news everywhere all over the world is because if you're in the crypto markets, you are that early to the scene. I mean, you are early to the scene. There are literally tens upon tens upon tens of trillions of dollars of hard physical assets that are about to move on to the blockchain and bring all that value with them. Right? And the chosen blockchain, if you listen to Grayscale or JP Morgan or any of those, is Ethereum, because nobody else is scaling out and doing the things that those developers are doing as far as making that network the fastest, most reliable, securest, etc., 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 right? The thing about cryptocurrencies that make them a wonderful opportunity, if you're into taking risk, and I'm a risk taker, and I have always been and will always be, but they offer the opportunity of a once in a lifetime shift of them going from a fiat debt-based system to a digital asset-based system. And, you know, we could do 100 shows on just that alone. So I'll leave you to kind of research what that means for the future. But imagine all Wall Street, all banking, all real estate investment, all precious metals, everything, all being traded on a single, you know, network, basically a blockchain network. And that network right now is Ethereum. You know, there are people out there that buy Solana, and that's great, whatever. Solana, I can tell you, has a brutal sell wall at $140. There is the amount of buying pressure it's going to take to push that price through $140 is a lot. So I do technical analysis on the markets. October the 10th was a weird, they say, one-time accident. I argued in a past episode that maybe what you were seeing was, you know, Kaiser Soze. You were seeing the man in the high castle. There was somebody somewhere that knew something or how to make a stable coin in a particular market maker, which was Binance. They knew how to make that stable coin flash 65 cents long enough to trip all of the emergency algorithms that then sent a cascade of selling pressure through the crypto markets like nothing that anybody has ever witnessed before since the inception of crypto. It was that big. And when you have an event that big, a black swan event take place, it creates emotional scarring in the populace of those who invested in it. Literally overnight, in just a few hours, it was just a few hours is all it took. And you had millions of traders get completely wiped out. Just get decimated. Now, you have people like Tom Lee, who's the chairman of Bitmine Immersion Technologies, a premier digital asset treasury company. This is a company that does nothing but sell shares. To date, $14 billion worth, then buys Ethereum, then stakes it for the passive income. That's all they do. They are having a vote to increase their shares to somewhere around 50 billion shares, something like that, and they plan on spending most of that, capturing more and more of the overall Ethereum supply. The Ethereum exit queue just hit 0. So if you know anything about Ethereum and know anything about the idea that when the execute hits 0, it means there's nobody waiting to unstake their Ethereum. It used to take like 40 days to unstake it. Like if you stake it, you're getting passive percentage return on your money, right? If you hit unstake so that you can end up selling the actual spot asset itself, it was taking like 40 days. Now it happens in a few seconds. That's how clear the execute is. There is a ton of staking going on, and Bitmine Immersion Technologies just staked over $1 billion of Ethereum, meaning all of that supply has now been taken out. That being said, the scarring that happened on October the 10th is not yet done with its damage, it appears. Today was one of those crucial days, technically speaking, if you look at the underlying charts, plural, for the various cryptos, even though they all kind of resemble one another. You'll see that there was a Nicole breakdown today that was brutal. It happened right at a bad spot. Most of the show here is on the radio side. We do have a video feed, so I was going to show like pictures of what that looks like. Let me see if I can share the right. Let's see where.
You can always encourage him to come back and also look at the encores where they will see that, Jack.
Oh, really? Okay.
So don't forget, if you're out there in Radio Land listening, you can, and even if you missed it on the video side, you can always come back and check the encores. That is the edited versions of the show, and it will show any kind of graphics that my hosts will put up, like Jack or Nancy or John.
Let's see here.
Well, I got something over here. Yeah, I can see me.
Can you see anything else?
I saw something earlier, but I guess you switched to a different tab or something. But we're working it.
Interesting. Yeah, we're working out some technical difficulties here. Hey,
New year. And we're adding new things into the streams as we go. Hey,
well, no,
Jack, when you were talking about the Glimmerman thing earlier, did you ever come across anything about what is it, crawlers being able to do that?
No, I haven't. Crawlers would be crazy, but oh, here we go. Let's see.
There you go. You had something there.
Did I? Okay.
Oh, it's coming up. There we go. Sometimes it takes a minute. I got something there. It looks like a box with lights in it.
Oh, okay, yeah. Let's see here.
Yeah, I always figured that that Glimmerman might be connected to like the crawler or a cryptid like that. Maybe even Dogman. Since Dogman goes up in trees, it's like, sometimes I wonder if Dogman has some cat in him because I don't know, or fox, because I've never seen a dog climb a tree or even a hyena. Ever heard of a hyena climbing trees? But
right. Well, I don't know. We'll try this. I'll keep messing with it, and we'll see what I can do here. But
keep going. I'll get out of here for you, and I just wanted to keep so that we wouldn't lose any sound. Silence sometimes triggers, commercials and things like that on the other end.
Right. Exactly. So we'd be lucky to if somebody wanted to advertise. That'd be cool. Um,
Well, if
but
they did that, Jack, they could send that to me early, ahead of time, and then I could just put it in the slideshow right next to where we're at, and it would show up for that.
right, right. Well, it's a little confusing because usually when I hit share, it brings up like uh, all of the different tabs I have open, and I can just pick a tab, but it's not doing that tonight. So I wonder if they've changed something since the first of the year. But anyway, today was kind of a crucial day. They needed to have a pretty good day today, and they did not have a good day in the crypto markets. All of the crypto sold off right at points where they needed to actually gain some ground in order to make new highs. The fact that they got rejected at the resistance areas that they got rejected at, and I'm talking about Bitcoin, Ethereum, Solana, and XRP, um, it means that all of them are highly likely to revisit their December lows again. So, and that'll be a real bummer for a lot of people, but they say that, bull markets make some people a little bit of money, but bear markets can make you rich if you know how to preserve your capital and wait for the right kind of buying opportunity. So most of the people that are in the money on Bitcoin were the ones that bought it back in like 22 at $15,000, right after a vicious bear market, vicious. And those people that were brave enough to kind of step in there are the ones that are doing really well right now. So, but when we come back, we're going to be talking about the Glimmer Man, the Predator creature. We're going to talk about how a prominent ufologist had a wife who had an encounter with one. And we're going to mention those crazy reptilian aliens too, because they keep popping up on the radar screen. And in that rabbit hole, you can trace it back to a source origin. And the source origin, as far as we can tell, came from a fictional writer. What did he know? Because a lot of the things he talked about were then or have been confirmed over the many decades since he wrote about them. Interesting stuff. And we'll be back right after our break.
All right, Jack. We're on radio break.
Cool.
You want to try testing that? We got about 4 minutes.
Sure. Yeah, let's see here. Let's see, I'm not sure why. Window.
Welcome in, everybody. We're having a great night tonight. First Wednesday back of the year. Missed each and every one of you. Hope everybody had great holidays. Oh, wow. There's your crypto market.
Yep. Now you can see it, can't you?
Yeah, now I can see it. Yeah. Don't touch nothing.
That's silver right there. That's what's happening right now overseas. 78.80, and I'm gonna have to talk about silver because silver is the story. It made it all the way up to $82, Mark, and
That's
now the
that's 10 times the amount that I was buying it for 1 troy ounce.
Oh, I know. I started buying it a few years ago at 22. So
I can't imagine because I had probably about mm, I had I, I had 12 coins at one time. Yeah.
Oh gosh. Yeah. No, I've been stacking it for a long
But
time,
that was years ago, and then no, that's not. I didn't do. I did coins. I did well instead of ingots, and then I had. You have to figure in with the coins, the stamp value too, because a few of them were only like 500 print, which is really good for fine silver, 0.9999, not
oh,
sterling, which is 0.9997 or something like
oh,
that.
you'll freak when you hear what these technical analysts are saying, because they're saying, when you broke the historical high of $50
Yep.
on a 45-year cup and handle pattern, the typical return on that is 10x.
What?
So you're looking at $500 an ounce silver. That's
Wow.
that that's a standard return on that kind of a chart pattern.
I,
Once it breaks,
I,
it's over with.
yeah, I had to unload uh, back in 90,
Yeah, that's a long time ago.
and I barely broke even because silver then took a drop down to 5
Oh wow.
uh, at the time because they had
God.
released some money. They had released some silver, which dropped the value, and uh,
Well,
but
the Hum
I
brothers tried.
kind of broke even because of the print value.
The Hum brothers tried to capture the silver market back in the '80s, and they went bankrupt. But that was because they bought all that silver, and there was no industrial. Everybody knew they weren't going to use it for anything,
No,
so it just
you know,
it ended up killing the market.
at the time for the short run, I wanted to take and invest it in Sucres, which was Ecuadorian money.
Oh yeah.
Okay, uh, and because the value of it had changed dramatically by the time we invaded Panama and got better. I would have made out like a bandit um, if I could have done that in the short run. Okay, but we got 30 seconds before we go down that road.
Yep. Cool.
Yeah. Here's your countdown, Jack. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And you are back live and on the radio side right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live. This is the show that jumps down theoretical rabbit holes, and I'm your personal guide to the Twilight Zone. My friends tell me I have a face for milk cartons and a voice for smell-o-vision. I think they're right about that. And, tonight we're talking about cryptids, and cryptos kind of dominate the show lately, along with our cyber prophecies, and they all are converging in strange and unexpected ways. And if you are checking out the video feed to the show, I'm showing you what a actual trading screen looks like. So this is interesting. I have a particular time frame on here, which is a 15-minute time frame that allows me to zoom. I'm sort of zooming way in on the underlying technical structure of what's taking place on Ethereum here. And I'll switch that out to more of this is a daily chart for Ethereum. So, you guys are actually lucky because what you're seeing are highly sort of tuned metrics that I use in order to determine when or if there's going to be some buying pressure actually take place. And so really today was one of those days where, Ethereum yesterday went up, it hit 3,300, and it just got utilized with selling at that stage. That's not a good sign. It should have, its all-time high is somewhere around 4,800, and it should have at least gone back up to test the low 4,000s, and did not do that. Silver's the big story. If you've been following the show, I have been touting the beauty of silver for a long, long time, way back when it was $50. Way back, Mark. Way back when it was $50. So, and, yesterday, day before, it hit 82. Right now, if you're looking at the screen overseas, it's trading at $78.80, roughly. It is a battle every day on that screen, all day. It is entertainment nonstop, and whether you're in the silver market or not, it's well worth watching the battle taking place between the banking entities that are short silver and the ones that are long silver, and who's going to end up winning this. The interesting thing is that there's a lot of technical analysts out there that look at charts for precious metals, and some of the better ones are saying that a typical return, as I was talking to Mark earlier, when you have a historical breakout, like a precious metals never hit a particular price before, like silver did when it hit 50, and it forms what's known as a cup and handle pattern. And this one formed over a 45-year period, the longest ever seen in all of the history of technical analysis. The typical return is 10x on that. So you're looking at a projection of $500 an ounce for silver. And that would just be, that's global changing kind of stuff. When you look at the cyber prophecies, they long have kept saying silver would become unobtainium. There will be a time when you simply cannot get your hands on it anymore. It's that valuable. So, keep your eye on the silver market. 82 today, we got some fresh intelligence that JP Morgan, there was a memo of JP Morgan that got leaked. And the memo said the analyst was calling for $415 silver within pretty, short time period. So you can just imagine Elon Musk just a few days ago on January the 1st, China cut off all exports of silver forever. I shouldn't say cut them off. What they did was they started a new licensing schema, if you will, and the requirements for acquiring the licenses that it takes in order to actually get physical silver out of China is almost an impossibility at this stage. And that's huge if you realize that China controls 70% of the refining process of silver. 70%. It was already short before that, and they know it, and this is economic warfare 101. They know that the Western banks have been short for too long, and that they've been trading paper that is backed by absolutely nothing. And what you're getting ready to see in the silver market, if all of the ducks are lined up the way they appear to be, let's say all of the black swans are lined up the way they appear to be, then you're going to see a cascading event that will drive the price of silver literally through the roof. There's no telling in technical analysis, they call it blue sky. It doesn't happen very often when an asset never has had proper price discovery and all of a sudden it breaks out of its control mechanism and it just flies. There's no telling how tightly wound that spring was before all that pressure got released, right? There's just no telling. And it could crash tomorrow, but I can guarantee you one thing, supply and demand always takes over. And if these analysts are right about them being short the actual physical metal itself in their vaults, you're going to see some fireworks, some big time fireworks. So interesting stuff. And I said it once, I'll say it again. If you were going to do the most damage that you could possibly think of, what do they call that in engineering? The linchpin, right? If you can identify the linchpin itself in worldwide economics and pull that pin, everything comes unraveled. Well, that pin's made out of silver. And somebody's yanking that pen real hard. And so you're seeing like big technology companies start to scramble. They're starting to call around to silver mines looking to buy them. Imagine that. Imagine you're Samsung and you need 45 million ounces of silver over the next year to be able to produce your goods, right? And there's just nothing. What do? You go out of business or you buy a silver mine. And that's what all these big guys are scrambling now. Elon Musk, they're all scrambling. They're looking around saying, oh my God, what are we going to do if our supply chain goes down for silver? We cannot produce our goods, period. That's how big this is. It's big. So, interesting stuff. So, yeah, tonight, the Glimmer Man, interesting stuff. So Bob Garrett filmed it originally. I put that film on my YouTube channel because Bob Garrett, as far as I've been able to ascertain, even to this day, just vanished into thin air after J.C. Johnson and I were told that he was raided by the Department of Homeland Security. And that was after he filmed that thing, that glimmering creature out in the woods, and put it on his YouTube channel. All of a sudden, the black SUVs rolled up one day and they took everything. Luckily, a few of us out here in Cryptid Animal Land had seen Bob's video and had the movie-making software to copy that video footage right off the screen, and that's why it still exists today. We've theorized that maybe Bob filmed a cloaked United States soldier. Maybe that's what got him in trouble. Or maybe he filmed exactly what it looked to be, which was an unknown predatory-like creature of some kind, right? That's interesting because we've got a lot of peripheral sort of anecdotal information regarding all of this. And there's a distinct UFO alien connection to the Glimmer Man creatures. One of those connections is in the personal encounter of Jan Maccabee, the wife of Dr. Bruce Maccabee, who was a renowned ufologist. I believe he's passed away now. And this is a perfect example of the so-called hitchhiker effect. The same thing the Pentagon scientists discovered, that there was there was other paranormal activity associated with the UFO phenomenon that they could not explain. Well, here's a prominent ufologist, a guy that is a renowned scientist in optics, right? And he was known for examining UFO footage and determining what kind of camera was used and what settings it was in, and on and on and on. The guy was a real scientist. And his wife goes out one day to go deer hunting on their property. And she goes out on the property and climbs up into her deer stand. And just out of the periphery, after a little while, she sits there for a while. And out of the periphery of her eye, she begins to see some movement. And she turns her head slightly and looks, and she sees one of these glimmering creatures moving through the trees near her. She was able to snap a photograph of it, right? Great thing for a woman who's married to an optic scientist to do. He did what he could to render an image from that photograph. He says that some kind of light bending technology was being used, but he was able to get a pretty decent picture of the arm. And I have to say, the arm looks like a hairy arm. It's really, really odd. It doesn't look like an alien arm. It definitely doesn't look like a predator. It looks like the arm of a Sasquatch. And it's out there online, so take a look at it. Now that's interesting in and of itself, but why was this creature on Bruce Maccabee's property? What was it, spying on him? Why is there this incessant hitchhiker effect that always occurs to people who are studying the UFO phenomenon? It's something that's underlying the phenomenon itself, and something that stands out like a splinter in my mind, and it's something I'll return to time and time again until we get to the bottom of it. But the other main topic I wanted to cover is reptilian aliens. So those popped up again, and I find that interesting because then we'll go into the heavy detail, but I've done this rabbit hole before, and I've done my research. And, you know, when it comes down to tracing where the idea of reptilian aliens actually first shows up in our society here, it really, and at least in modern day society, it all goes back to the same guy who wrote the Conan stories and books, Race of Serpent Men. Well, it comes to find out that he was a student of theosophy, and theosophy goes back to the writings of a famous occultist, and her name was Madame Blavatsky, and she claims to have had access to manuscripts that the rest of us would die to see, and she claims that in these manuscripts there were accounts of serpent-headed men, right? That's interesting because everyone will be familiar with David Icke and his theories of reptilian aliens and royal bloodlines, etc. Except for, you know, David Icke came across an interesting guy named Credo Mutwa, who was a last living descendant of a line of history keepers for the Zulu people. They kind of formed a Masonic brotherhood when Christian missionaries came there to convert them. They formed a secret brotherhood to conceal their real history. And in that real history, they claim that they were ruled once by a race of serpent-headed men, and they called them the Shatari. So, very interesting stuff, right? So this guy who wrote the Conan stories ends up incorporating some of that stuff into his fiction. And that sort of muddied the waters when you go down that rabbit hole, because you think, oh, well, this guy just made it all up. Well, no, really, he's drawing from some older writings that came from Blavatsky and some other heavy hitters in the occult world, right? So all of that's interesting. Then you come to David Icke, and he says, well, these things, they're in control of the music industry. They're using the music industry to control the vibrational rate of humanity to keep it imprisoned. That's really what his stuff comes down to when you synthesize it. That's what he's saying. That's interesting because you can plug Tesla in right there. I'm not talking about the car. I'm talking about the scientist, because Tesla said what controls the universe is sound, vibration, and frequency. What if I told you then you could go over to the music industry, like David Icke says, right? The reptilians are in control over here, and they're using, the music industry to affect vibrational rates of humans. And then you have an interview take place from the lead singer of Smashing Pumpkins, Billy Corgan, with none other than Howard Stern, in which he shyfully admits that he was in the back of a limousine one night with somebody involved in the music industry, and they shape-shifted right in front of him. He admitted it, and he wasn't kidding, and he said he wasn't kidding. Then he was interviewed about a month later in Rolling Stone magazine, and they asked him about that interview with Howard Stern, and he reiterated that it did in fact occur, and that he would not elaborate on it any more than that, nor would he speak about it again. All of that's on the internet. Go ahead and take a look at it. So I'm asking you guys, David Icke, right? Because here's a rock star with nothing to gain from admitting something like that, saying, you know what? I had this music exec in my car one night, shape-shifted right in front of me. I knew them beforehand, and they shape-shifted into something, and Stern asked him what they shape-shifted into, and he said something not human. Interesting. Why didn't that make the daily New York Times headline, right? But what are we to make of the reptilian aliens? Because you have, remote viewing groups like Farsight, and let's face it, Farsight has gotten a little hairy over there. You ask Cliff High about Dr. Brown, he'll tell you Doc Brown has gone absolutely spectacularly insane. And some of their material that he's been putting out lately would lend credence to that idea. However, before the train went off the track, some of those remote viewers had targeted what they believed to be an operational reptilian base right here, right now, operating in the continental United States, somewhere in a rural area. And it's a fascinating little puzzle piece to listen to their remote viewings of where this place might be located, and then try to find that on Google Earth, right? I've done that a time or two, but so the Glimmer Man and the reptilian aliens both represent apex threats to humanity. There's no reason you would conceal yourself the way the Glimmer Man creatures are doing if you had good intentions, right? And there's no way that you would seek to enslave and control a species on this planet using vibration, sound, and frequency unless you had evil intentions. And when you go down that reptilian rabbit hole, things get really ugly really fast. I'm talking about, adrenochrome. I'm talking about systematic, functional torture. There's all kinds of really dark elements to the reptilian phenomenon that don't exist in the other abductee-like phenomenon. Nowhere has an abductee came back and said, yeah, they were torturing humans and drinking adrenochrome, these little gray guys. No, that's always reptilian. And maybe, perhaps, it's memories, cultural memories of having encountered these creatures that is why we lay this reptilian idea on the face of evil itself, right? It's why Satan was given the serpent-like attributes in the Bible and all of that. So that's where we are at right now in 2026. We are stepping into a brave new world. I expect a pretty big correction to take place in the crypto markets. And at the same time, I expect silver to continue its upward movement. And, what are we talking about? I'm talking about maybe 20% downside. And through here, 20%. So, beware out there and be careful. And, when it comes to silver production, the fact, and this is a little disconcerting, guys. So China's been in Mexico buying up all of the raw doré. So this is like unrefined silver still in the rock, and they're paying to ship it all back. And then they refine it themselves, and then now they're locking it onshore. They're not going to allow it back off. That's somebody who's preparing for war. That's a country that's preparing for war, because missiles take an immense amount of silver. And China has enough silver to make thousands upon thousands upon thousands of missiles. In fact, just last week, I think it was 7 to 10 days ago, a Chinese entity showed up with an army of armored cars, let's put it that way. And they backed it up, and they had 41 tons of silver loaded onto those trucks, and it disappeared forever. That means it went into private storage for the Chinese government, never to be seen again. That's going to continue. So join us next week, guys, for another episode of Paranormal Intelligence Agency Radio Live, and stay tuned for Nancy Planeta and the Wonderful Vixens Vault next.
Great job, Jack. Great job.
Thanks.
Let me get this all going. And Zach, if you're in there. Oh, Zach can't hear me because I'm getting ready to clear from TMV Cafe.
Julio. Oh, I'm back.
There we go.
It's like Mr. Peabody and the Wayback Machine. I saw they made a new movie about that.
Another one?
I think so.
Oh.
Unless I'm just behind the times and I didn't see it.
Because there was one that came out maybe 3 or 4 years ago.
Oh, shoot. I wonder why they're advertising. Oh, that's interesting.
Maybe it went from, maybe it's finally on Tubi and places like that now.
Excellent.
All right, you coming over to the vault for a little bit?
I might, after I eat, I might join you guys. So, because my wife is sick, so I might be able to sneak away and come join the conversation.
Yeah, come on in. All right.
All right.
I'm gonna get her up and rolling here in just a minute, and I
Okay.
will catch up with you soon.
Sounds good, sir.
All right. Take care, Jack.
All right.
All right. That was Jack Carey with the Paranormal Intelligence Agency and cryptocurrency report that he just put out. Let me get up the Vixen's vault. We were catching up with everybody. Let's see what we can do over here. David Campion going to be the first one in. Hey, David, how's it going?
Sorry, I
Switch
had my
everything
mic on
over
mute. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Roger, Vicky, Happy New Year, guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year,
Hey,
everybody.
Nancy.
Happy New Year.
Whoa, cleavage and
Vicky,
all
how's your
tonight,
head?
Nancy. Oh my God,
I
starting
was
the
just
year off
asking you the same thing. How's
perfectly.
your headache?
You look
Because
great.
mine eased
I
up a
was gonna
little
say I've
bit.
had that picture on there for a couple
but
months
I
now.
gotta tell you, man, I've been getting like
Oh,
Are you
EMF.
just noticing?
Like I get this I think I told you this. I get this like screeching noise in my ear and in my head, like in my inner ear and in my head when the EMF is elevated, and it has been like nonstop. So I'm like, but there again, I'm right near MacDill Air Force Base, and with all the crap going on right now, I'm like, yeah, that might have something to do with it. Just
Oh, I had a visitor
oh God.
for the holiday.
Santa Claus?
No, Sonia visited me.
Anya,
Oh,
yeah.
that's awesome.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, nice.
That was very nice, and she's going to be coming back to do some tattoos around my area and that, and probably sticking around here for a little while too. But
Jeez.
she's
Oh
she's
my
up,
God.
she's up here
Dude,
right
I
now.
thought when you said tattoos or and then you said around my area, I'm like, where my brain went,
No,
it was
no,
not a good place.
Landscape. All right, not.
Oh God, landscaping. Just stop, Mark. Stop while you're ahead because
I
I'm
already,
gonna.
I already
You-
checked
you-
out the
You
facts
guys
that
know. You guys
Sonia
know
said that she didn't get deflowered by Mark, so he didn't. He
What?
didn't. Yeah, I already had the conversation with her. Made sure that
Yes, but
That's
did he get manscaped by Sonia?
probably,
That's enough,
See, that's
Roger.
what really comes through in that
Probably.
EMF.
Wow, what a way to start the
Oh,
new
my
year.
God.
Vicky got so mad at
Really?
me, dude. So mad at me.
I just wanted to announce, I had some company in that, it wasn't family, but, it was really nice to meet her, and I'm really happy. And I know everybody here knows her. And I told John, and John's like, he's like, how is she? I said, she's great. I said, she's really nice. I said, people can't wait till you guys get to meet her too, because she'll come out your way too eventually. But here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you are live for the very first time this year, right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault. Happy New Year to all those listening to Up to the Vault. We went on sabbatical about 2 weeks, a week prior to Christmas. So we basically covered, it was a 2 weeks. So we basically weren't on the air for Christmas or New Year. And man, so much crap happened in the last 2 weeks. Well, anyway, it's Wednesday, January the 7th, 2026. I can't even believe I'm saying 2026 already. And not only that, we're already a week into it. I don't know where time's going. It just seems like last week, I think it was Tuesday last week, Raphael was saying to me, don't you have a show tomorrow night? I'm like, no, we're on 2 weeks sabbatical and here I am. I was thinking about that this afternoon. I'm like, where did the week go? What happened to the week? Because it just like blew by. I mean, the whole holiday blew by. But I did notice it was an interesting holiday this year. I noticed a lot of people going back to more traditional ways of being with the holiday and not so much the glitz. Even with trends in decorating, I noticed it was a lot more traditional, not so much technical. And because I always say that when I talk about like a lot of the decorations that are very advanced. In fact, I knew people locally. We have an area we're in an area there's a lot of really well-to-do people. And they were using holograms and stuff for their Christmas decorations, which, yeah, that goes a bit to the extreme, but it seemed more like people were, how do I put this, more investing in their time and their personal relationships than into the commercialism of the holiday. And that made me smile, even though I'm not a Christian and I'm not a Jew with Hanukkah, and I mean I'm not black with Kwanzaa. So I but I am pagan, and we do celebrate the Yule, and the Yule is 12 days, but Yule is different. It's not. Yes, a lot of the Christian holiday is based on our Yule celebrations and some of the different, I guess you could say, ceremonial points of it. But the whole vibration of Yule is different. Why it exists is different than for the Christian holidays and the other established religions' holidays. And I kind of saw a move back into that traditionalism. Yule was about family. It was about basically the celebration of the sun moving out of the darkness and back into the light. And it had a lot to do with, actually a lot to do with agriculture and farming, because basically it's very hard to grow crops or keep animals at higher levels when it's too cold and the sun isn't out enough time. So it was a huge thing in ancient times when the sun actually started shifting back into more of a light during the day, a longer day. And like I said, it's a celebration that's about family and about your neighborhood and about the people closest to you, the people in that time you would have survived with. So again, I was actually kind of pleased with what I saw surrounding me locally. I don't know about you guys, but even like the memes, because a lot of times the memes get really kind of crazy at Christmas time, and I saw a lot of really traditional memes, and I was like, wow. I mean, I've been online a very long time. This is like the first year I've kind of seen a real step back in time almost with the celebration of Christmas. And I thought that was needed. It really was, because it's become way too commercial and people get way too stressed around the holidays, not because it's not a beautiful time of the year, but because there's an expectation of what can be given and what can be gotten. And I think we've kind of lost the meaning of the entire holiday to that. And that's not a good thing. That being said, man, guys, wow. It's been a hell of a couple of weeks, hasn't it? Not just on the political front. I mean, I'm sure John Galt covered quite a bit of that, although a lot more has happened since John's show was on Sunday. And even tonight, there's still a lot more going on right now. Like, it seems like every 10 minutes I'm getting an update. But on the other side of things, I mean, our sun, the solar activity has been crazy. I don't know about you guys, but the weather, the sky has been different. And I've been posting, I'm sure some of the people here on Facebook with me are aware of this because you see my Facebook, but the sunsets and the cloud formations are beyond normal. And again, I'm a person who's watched the skies pretty much my entire life. I've never seen sunsets with these particular types of colors. In fact, I had taken a picture, I think it was like the day before, I think it was Christmas Eve, where several hours after sunset, I think it was like 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. I go outside, I thought there was a fire, but wasn't smelling smoke. I'm standing out front, and I'm looking around, and I can see multiple areas of bright red sky. I mean, I videoed it because I was like, what am I looking at right now? Because there's definitely not a fire. I mean, I looked on all the local fire sites, and not only that, but because of the fog this time of the year in our area, you would smell the smoke. It gets trapped in the fog. So it inundates the area if there's a fire with the fog around. Nope, no smell of smoke at all, not even a slight scent of it. And I mean, we're talking over where the sun sets to the west, which would be, for me, it's only like a half a mile to the water. I mean, it was like a brilliant glowing red. And I'm like, what the heck am I looking at? kind of swung it around to show you guys also, or show people who could see the video, that there were other spots where it was glowing red, that like even to the east, directly east of us, the clouds were red, like glowing red. I'm like, what am I seeing right now? I mean, I thought about, could it be refraction of light in the fog that's kind of causing this reddish hue? But again, I have lived here for a long time. I've been through all different types of fog banks here. I've never seen anything like that ever, especially not so high up in the sky. And then on top of that, our fog has been really weird. Like, even I was saying that to Raphael, I think we could just yesterday or day before, how thick the fog was and how it was, it's like chunky. Like, how do I explain it? It's like cottage cheese fog. That's the best way I can explain it. I mean, it's weird. It's really strange.
Pictures. The pictures.
Oh, thank you.
They're beautiful.
Oh my God, the sunsets.
Yeah.
I mean, that I can almost attribute to the solar activity, because it does amp up our
Mhm.
sunsets a little bit,
I'm
but
just
still.
Yeah, I'm
Go ahead.
just looking at one of your pictures at the moment. The one that you I made comment on the just before Christmas, I think. And I've seen in UK, I've seen in red sunsets. I suppose in spring, occasionally. Yeah, but it's not that common. I
Yeah.
mean,
No,
you'll see
that's,
the ones in
I
blooming,
mean,
yeah.
I live in a state where literally sunsets sell tourism. No joke. People come here for the sunrises and sunsets, because again, we're a peninsula and we have water on either side. So they're going to be spectacular at both sides, sunrise and sunset. Again, I guess you could say the brilliance of the colors. I mean, we get incredible sunsets, that and the etching in the cloud systems. And that's what I said. I have seen this several times now over the past couple of months, where you get a streak, like an absolute, like almost like a perfect 90-degree angle in the clouds, where it separates. Sometimes it's like blue sky from cloudy sky. And I actually took the pictures that day, because I'm like, okay, I'm done looking at this. I am going to post it and show people what I'm talking about when I talk about this stuff. Literally, that was a day where we had white clouds and darker clouds, and there was, I mean, it looked like a giant V in the sky, where you had a separation of white puffy clouds that are supposed to be very rare. These like little, it looks like cloud poop, like little puffs of clouds, in angled lines, and then like literally a complete 90-degree angle, and then dark clouds on
Straight
the other side of
line.
that angle.
It
Yeah,
looks like a straight line.
it's like but it on the ground, when I'm looking at it, it looks like almost like somebody took a ruler and went phew.
Yep.
And again, it's not, it's just not normal. I've been looking at the sky my whole life. And I know when I'm looking at something that, okay, that could be the result. You have to look at upper level winds, lower level winds. We live again on a coastal area, and we have, different systems within the Gulf of Mexico, tidal systems and everything else that actually affect our upper and lower level winds. So you have to keep all that in mind when you're looking at this stuff, but something's not right, because it shouldn't be doing angles like that. I mean, I can understand the sun ray angles, and I've said that when you've got like a sunset where you've got the perfect V of the angles of the rays, that I understand. But these are clouds divided by perfect V's. I'm like, what the holy hell?
Yep.
And why am I seeing glowing red skies at 10:30 at night with no fire? No, there was nothing. And I'm looking out in the same area now. No glowing red sky. Couldn't explain that to you if I wanted to. I mean, it was like literally glowing.
Nancy, just out of curiosity, what at this time of the year, what time does it get dark?
Sunset, we are
Uh,
now moving into like we're totally dark by about 6:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Mm.
And you have to understand that Eastern Standard is kind of not really a good way to measure sunset time because the further north you go, there's a difference in time. So, in other words, it's the same time as it is here, but the difference of the sunset. As I think as you go further north, you guys actually you're getting lighter
Yeah,
faster than we
because
are.
yeah, we're going out a bit more east than Florida. So where I'm at
Yep.
in the Philadelphia region, our sun is absolutely down by 5:15. I mean, it's dark out there by 5:20.
Yeah, see, we were at right before December 21st, like December 17th, 18th, 19th, 5:15, 5:30. And we know this, Rafi and I know this because our chickens literally wait till that sun is crested. Like all you can see is this little yellow light, and then they hop their happy butts into their hen house. They will not stay outside of the hen house if it is dark. And Rafi sets a timer on his phone at about what time sunset is, so he knows to go out and bolt the hen house so nothing can get in there. So it's yeah, I've definitely we definitely are still setting early. I mean, but I would say now it's probably between 6 o'clock, 6:15 p.m. Definitely not in the 5 o'clock range anymore. We're out of that range as far as sunset goes. But I will say the sunrise is not. I'm not noticing it's coming up later. It's still kind of the same time as it was pre the 21st. So I find that interesting too. I also find it interesting that we've got these ridiculous fog banks that are occurring like every day, every morning. And yes, Florida, okay, don't get me wrong. Florida is known for its fog banks. Dave Campione can back me up on that. We're absolutely known for our pea soup thick fog. But
Fog all weekend, all first 2 weeks we have it fog, socked in
that's
up
what
here.
I'm saying. Dave, I mean, usually with fog, you know how fog works. I know how fog works. We all know when we're going to get fog because usually with fog, it means that there is a cold front sitting out over the Gulf of Mexico and it's hitting warm water, but it hasn't quite hit us yet. So basically, we're getting the fog roll in because of that combination of different effects within the Gulf. But there's no cold front sitting in the Gulf of Mexico. Not currently, and we're getting like ridiculously thick fog. Like I can already tell you right now where I'm at, I can't see it the other side of the street. It's already closing in.
Plus, wouldn't you kind of agree that where you're at in Florida on the west side, Tampa Bay-ish area, that because the ocean is, it goes, you have to really go far for it to start going down. It's not like up here on the Jersey Shore where you go out and it just starts getting real deep. Do you think because it's like that, it doesn't get as crazy with the waves, as the other side of Florida, and that can affect that maybe?
Or you mean, are you talking about tidal, or are you talking about
Yeah,
the?
like the choppiness of it all. Like,
Oh
wouldn't
no,
that
no, no,
affect
no.
it?
We're protected by the Gulf Stream. So we actually have a current called the Gulf Stream current. That's what
Okay.
actually keeps us kind of protected from the Atlantic style currents or the Atlantic style waves. Although we do get them. Like if there's a storm in the Gulf, yeehaw, you can surf.
Yeah,
I
Yeah,
know because my
I
son done it many times.
I actually went to school
Okay.
in Florida. And I also can tell you too, like you have the Atlantic Ocean, which is cold water, and then a lot of
Yep.
people don't know the Gulf is actually warm water. So you got
It's
that.
I've never
bathtub.
noticed that.
Mhm.
Oh
I
yeah, the
was
Gulf
just
of
thinking,
Mexico, we call it the bathtub because
Yeah.
during the summertime, it'll get upwards of 94, 95 degrees in the Gulf of Mexico if you're close to shore. Now, further out into the Gulf, it's not that hot. You'll have the 80s. But in towards shore, that's what makes us so ripe for hurricane hits because hot water is like gasoline to an engine when it comes to hurricanes. That's why you see a lot of massive storms build in the Gulf because the Gulf at that point in time is usually anywhere between 80 and 94 degrees, depending on where you're at. It is a bathtub, literally. But
I
it's funny
I
because
was,
the Atlantic side
I
is
was,
colder.
sorry, I
Go
was
ahead.
just thinking the cliche of London being foggy compared to what you would imagine Florida to be.
Oh God. I mean, I think I mean, we can't compare to like your fogs that have literally killed people because it trapped all the noxious freaking fumes of industry into the city. It literally asphyxiated people, I believe. But I mean, we can't compare to that kind of fog. But I got to tell you, man, driving in Florida, it's hard enough to drive in Florida because we got our mixtures of idiot drivers, drivers who don't know what they're doing, and drivers who should not have a driver's license. Literally. And all three are on the road at the same time, competitively. It's awesome. You throw fog into that, oh, honey, it is game on. It's worse than ice. It is literally worse than ice. I mean, it is like I took Raphael's truck the other day because I had to drive all the way down to my son's house to get his kids. And I looked at him. I said, "Oh, we are fogged in. I'm taking your truck because I'd rather get hit in that truck than get hit in my Tucson. I mean, if I'm going to get hit, the Taco can take it. The Tucson, not so much." And
I
if
can still remember my first time driving down there. I threw on my defogger, thinking that's what it was, and it didn't work. So I threw on my wipers, and sure enough, I mean, forget fog. I was in a cloud. I couldn't see the bumper in front of me. It was
Yep.
about 5:45. I had to go to a really early appointment. Yeah, how about that? That was the very first time, and I was by myself. Because my girlfriend happened to be on a trip. So I got off the plane and I was down there for like the first 3 days. Because normally, if I'm not comfortable in a new city, I won't drive for the first month. I'll sit in the passenger seat until I feel comfortable. Then I'll drive. But I had to that time. And wow, I was tripped out. I said, son of a gun, that ish is on the outside.
Yep. And now imagine, actually, some of the worst pileups in the history of the country have occurred in Florida during the fog. No joke. Because we have retarded drivers in Florida from all over the world. It's not just our people. Our people are kind of hillbilly. I will state that quite honestly. You have your hillbillies.
Everyone's transplanted there from somewhere else, so they're all used to driving where they came from.
Oh, no,
Well,
no,
you have
no,
your
no. They're
you have your
hillbilly.
northeastern. Oh, the ones that are native are definitely hillbilly, and I don't
was
blame
there.
them.
I was there.
But you have like the transplants from the Northeast, and you can always tell a Northeasterner. It doesn't have to have a Northeasterner tag. You can tell them when they're in the rental cars. You know who they are. You know why? They actually obey the traffic laws. That's why. They actually, without any commenting from cars next to them, like they understand that when you're at a yield entering onto a highway, gee, you get into a situation where if it's traffic logged, one goes, then you let a car on the straightaway go, then another one melds in. It's a one go, it's a stop, go, stop, go, stop, go. You let incoming traffic in. Otherwise, you cause what? Road rage.
I live here right on, David Campione will tell you this, where we live right here, like in the Philadelphia region, on the border of New Jersey and Pennsylvania. You got Pennsylvania drivers that it's very simple. You see a yield sign, you kind of merge together. You let the other guy go first. You cross the Delaware River over into New Jersey, and I swear these folks do not know. They either don't know how to yield or they don't care or whatever.
But they do understand.
They
They
don't
do
care.
understand bumper to bumper. They do get that because they will pull their front bumper as close as they possibly can to the car in front of them, so you cannot get in.
Mhm.
It's just- that, and I think Florida is probably tandem drivers. I have never in my life see any state. I've been all over this country. I have never seen tandem drivers as bad as they are in Florida. It's like they do it on purpose. You'll get, 7:30 in the morning. I usually have my doctor's appointments at like 8:15, so my ass has got to be on the road by 7 to get there. I will, no joke, every time on a 55-mile-an-hour highway, I'll get stuck behind 3 idiots who think it's cool to do 40 in tandem
That
on
is
a 55-mile-an-hour freaking highway. And it's like,
That
Don't
is
pull you
cool.
over for that.
I didn't want to get there anytime in the next 2 hours. Really, I didn't. Thank you to making all these people now late for work. Oh, and yeah, road rage. Awesome.
Love
I
it.
understand why people get road
Love
rage.
it. Love it. It's all cool.
And, and the thing is, well, I mean, Roger, Florida actually had to pass minimum speed limit laws because we have so many retards that come here from other states who drive at 20 miles an hour on our interstates.
Break
We
for
had to
tractors.
literally pass minimum speed limit laws where you can get pulled over and fined just as much as you can for speeding for going under
It's
the
not
speed
just
limit.
that.
I
It's
s-
not just that. You got the AARP lobby making sure that the
Yes.
drivers that shouldn't be driving can still drive.
Gotta bring
Oh
the
my God.
AARP in there. You know
Just to
it.
give you
At
guys
least
an
you didn't
idea.
say the other word.
Well, I mean,
Okay, to
he's
give you guys
right.
an idea, but to give you an idea of how bad Florida is, my grandmother, when she was 92, before we took her license, the family took her license, she got renewed by the DMV for 7 years
Yep.
in Florida
They get
at
lifetime now.
92.
They get lifetime
Lifetime?
now. Yeah, if you're over a certain age, you can get a lifetime driver's license and never have to take a test again.
I
Yeah,
wonder
'cause
if
your
that was
life
post.
may end in
What
next
state is
spring.
that?
I was gonna say I gotta wonder if that was post-COVID. Ah! But there
Yeah.
again, I gotta be careful with what I'm saying, right, Mark? No, not really. But again, yeah.
Sometimes it's so bad. Sometimes it's so bad. You'll be passing somebody on the interstate, driving 45, and you look over and it's a little old lady with Coke bottle glasses sitting on a bunch of telephone books.
Oh, guys, I got to find a video. One of my friends posted. I have got to post this in here. I got to find a way to do it. I don't know if y'all have Facebook, but I can't rip it from Facebook while I'm on there. But it's literally a guy driving over the Courtney Campbell Bridge, which is a main connecting bridge from Tampa to Pinellas County here in Florida, and it goes right over the water. It's almost like a beach bridge, and this idiot had blown his freaking hood had blown open. So his hood is up over his windshield, and he's literally, it's a little old man. He's driving, looking through the hole between the hood and the oh my God. And he's driving like across the Courtney Campbell, which Rafi can testify to this. They use it as a raceway at night. Okay.
Yep.
Because it is like a crazy bridge. Yep. And here's this guy, just a little old man driving it with his hood up over his windshield. I'm like, oh yeah, that's definitely a Florida man. Yep. All right, guys, with that, I got to take us out to our first break of 2026. Ding, 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 ding. Hang in there. When we return, we're going to talk a little bit about what's been going on the last 2 weeks outside of crazy drivers, weird sunsets, and weird cloud formations. Hang in there, guys. We will be back with the Vixen's Vault in just a few moments.
Oh yeah. Hey Jason. Oh, I love those expressions, man. You're like, I was dying laughing. I got Jersey Mike's here, and I took a bite, and you're making these faces, and I about choked a couple times.
That's because he can see your Jersey Mike's
doing it.
Subway, dude. He sees
I
your
think he was
sandwich.
reliving driving in the Florida fog because that shit is scary, man.
Mhm.
Absolutely.
Scary. It is
It's
scary. You can't
The
see
very
anything.
first time you realize, that it's on the outside. I'm thinking just throw on the defogger. No, throw on the windshield wipers and then leave it on
Yep.
every 10 minutes or 10
And then you
seconds.
gotta deal with the idiots who use their bright lights in the fog.
Oh,
And
yeah.
No.
that is a
Oh
big
boy, I
problem
didn't
down
see
here.
any of that. Thank God. I didn't see
Oh,
any
yeah.
of it. Thank goodness.
I
Because-
just had a check, and in the UK, when you turn 70, you have to have a driving. You have to renew your driving license every 3 years.
Yep, in
So,
Florida.
yeah.
Okay, so my current driver's license is on an 8-year renewal. I just renewed it last year. I'm 55. I think that's fair. But I can tell you that when I go to renew again, it'll be another 8-year renewal. But I can tell you that once you're over the hood of 60, 65, you got your reflexes start slowing down. Things start slowing down. Your eyesight gets worse. I mean, there are lots of like my mom's in her 80s now, and she will not drive at night because she understands that her vision is affected at night. Like she doesn't see as well. And so she knows, but she's self-regulating, saying, okay, I know better. I am not driving at night. Raphael can tell you we've gone down and picked my parents up to do things because she cannot drive at night. She will not.
Well, I think
She's smart.
self-regulating is a bad term to be saying when it comes to elderly.
Well, but again, down here,
Right.
because most of our population is elderly, I mean, we are literally the graveyard of the country besides Arizona. We are literally where people come to retire and die. No joke.
Well, you said
Graveyard of
regulating.
I think
Oh.
it should be required for the DMV to make sure that your
Oh, Nancy, you got
underclothes
like
are on the inside.
you got
I
like
got,
two
like-
and a half minutes if you want to take and figure out how to share for the
Oh,
screen.
hang on. Yeah, let me see. This is the funniest video. I was peeing myself laughing because it's totally Florida.
Well, you just gotta have to make sure your underclothes are on the inside of your clothes when you go take these tests. That should be a requirement.
Yes. See, Vicky
Because,
gets it.
Sometimes, yeah, well, my mom.
Right.
Yeah, yeah, we would hear things about, okay, make sure her clothes are on her.
That's
Yeah,
almost as
her
good as
under-
make sure you have clean underwear.
Oh,
Yeah,
that's
come on.
that's something I have an issue with. I mean, God.
Oh my God, Roger! Please don't tell us you do the reversible ones.
No, I don't even reverse them. Heck with that stuff.
Roger just orders them dirty.
I just, you know what I mean?
He
It's
gets
like,
them from Willie. Is
no,
what he
Willie.
does.
Exactly.
He
That's
gets
what I'm
them,
saying.
he gets
If
them
it-
from Willie.
you get
because,
underwears
the
from
chunky-wear
Willie.
is not. It's
Check-
supposed to be used for fish bait,
Yeah,
Roger.
that's
No,
what
but
you're
not-
supposed to do.
You get your underwear from Willie?
No, if I did, I would go fishing with it.
I was going to say, fish bait. What are the pee jugs for?
The pea jugs, don't touch those, man. You'll get somebody
I was
pregnant.
going to say, not fish bait, I hope.
No, he empties them out to take and make it into rocket juice.
Hmm.
So for when he goes up
Seriously?
into space. Yeah, he blends it down. Monkey pee, human
I
pee,
know,
any kind of
crazy,
pee.
I know. Well, I
30
shouldn't say
seconds,
crazy, but I
folks.
know odd people that do odd things.
Yeah.
Oh.
You know, guys, this is
Little
really
pig.
sad. When I try to pull it up to see if somebody posted this video to YouTube, it pulls up like 8 different occasions where Florida drivers have been filmed with their hood over their windshields. That's like scary.
Here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3,
Is that on the driver's test?
1. And you're live and back on the radio side right now.
Oh my God, folks. Welcome back to the Vixen's Vault. Today's date, January. The what? January the 7th, 2026. It's kind of nice, though, that the first month of 2026 actually goes by the 7-day format of a week. So we can kind of keep track of things. We know that next Wednesday will be the 14th. That's kind of, I always like it when it works out like that. But it's funny because while we were on break, I was trying to find the video of that idiot driver in Tampa. I might have to post the Facebook link for everybody. I don't know who has Facebook, who doesn't, but Vicky said something about, basically, is that on the driver's test? And I have to laugh because literally what I was looking at when I typed into Google Florida driver hood over windshield video, and of course it gives you Google gives you the AI overview, and it says, in Florida, it's illegal for a driver to have their hood over their windshield because it obstructs the view, violating Florida Statute 316.2004, which prohibits non-transparent material from obscuring the driver's view of the highway. They had to pass a law in Florida that you cannot drive with your hood over your windshield. What?
Yeah.
Oh my
that's a little
God.
Scary. That's scary.
I have to laugh at
I
Florida,
remember
though. Go ahead.
Some old model trucks have, where it's hanging over 12 inches, maybe the roof over the front of the windshield. I don't know if that counts.
No, dude, this guy's hood was blown back, like his engine was exposed, and he was looking through the tiny
oh my word,
hole.
never mind. I got
Yeah.
the hood. I'm
Funny
thinking
as
something
well.
totally. All right, never mind.
Funny
It
as
was
well,
like-
sun visor.
earlier
Couldn't
I was
believe it.
watching a video that was showing new technology, I think from LG, and they brought out a glass which is that can superimpose augmented reality, and the planets. One of the plans is to actually install that onto the windscreen of self-automated self-automated cars. So instead of seeing the reality, you are seeing this sort of
Oh, this is an augmented, dude. I wish this was augmented. It's in. I wish. I'm gonna pop. I got the link. It's actually a group on Facebook called Only in Florida.
There's another good
For
search
people
you
like
can
me
make.
who
Y-
love making fun of my own kind here in Florida because we are easy to make fun of.
While
Oh
you're
my
on
God.
there, search for women pumping gas.
Oh God. Must
Into
I?
electric cars. Into electric
Must
cars.
I?
Go for
Must
it.
I?
Go for it.
Oh my God.
Does that come around their
I'll
area?
bet you some of the young men pumping gas is funnier.
Women
All right,
pumping gas is some of the coolest videos you could ever find on the internet, dude.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. Never mind. I'm thinking, they don't know how to pump. It's funny. I know what you're talking about.
What am I
Never
talking
mind.
about?
Oh no, what are you?
It's
You know
around
what
the
you're talking
area
about.
there, you know.
Like, it's legend. I mean, if you've been on the internet,
Single X. That's
you
what you're talking
you
about. Not double or
know
triple X. Oh, 1X.
you know
All right,
what
so
women pumping
I
gas
put it.
is all about.
I put the link into the chat, guys. Go click the link if you've got Facebook. It's literally, and they actually did from Vacation Holiday Road. That's the music they added to the video. It totally fits. It really fits. But oh God, how embarrassing.
Yes. Oh,
But that is not like I said. This is not
that's
something that you.
hilarious.
Are you watching it?
Yes.
And the guy, look how annoyed he looks when he realizes he's being filmed. It's like he looks at the other driver like, "Why are you filming me?" Well, I don't know, because you look like a complete retard driving down the road with your
Ridiculous.
hood on your freaking windshield.
Perfect music for it too.
Oh my God. But okay, guys. So again, even just today, I can just round up today. So today we had a lot of crazy things go down today, and we did have the Minnesota event. I don't know if that was Minneapolis proper or not, but you had the shooting there.
Oh, really? Oh,
Um,
yeah, that's right. Yeah, they did shoot somebody. Yeah.
oh God, and it's funny because it's like the Democrats and the socialists must have bought up all the ad space on Facebook, because I am getting like inundated with ads from liberal-minded organizations that I don't belong to, basically protesting how she was murdered. And I'm like, wait, so that was a murder, but Ashley Babbitt, who was unarmed, climbed into a window and got shot when she wasn't near anybody. That was okay. But this woman who literally, the front view, I don't know if y'all have seen all of the film related to this, but there is a front view angle of what occurred. All the press is showing the side view angle, and the women's screaming, "Murder! Stop that officer! Arrest him for murder! Stop him! Don't let him get away!" Which would have been really bad if anybody had tried, because you cannot obstruct a law enforcement officer, no matter what you think. But from the front angle, the woman hit him. Like, people can say all they want. She
Yeah.
hit him with the car, and I'm like, oh yeah, no, you can't do that, sweetheart. You can't. And not only that, but she was obstructing like traffic, and this was like the fourth intersection she had done this on. I mean, she 1,000%. She was ordered to get out of the vehicle multiple times for obstructing traffic. She was obstructing actually what ICE was doing at that time. So many things that you can say, yeah, no, if that was anybody else in the world, you wouldn't have a problem with it. If it was anywhere else in the world, you would have a problem with it. But because of the circumstances of the politics, you're going to probably make this ICE officer's life a living hell. When he was justified, that was a justifiable shoot. I don't know any law enforcement organization that would have said it was not a justified shoot as soon as that car made contact with his body.
Yeah, you can. It's just a matter of you're exercising judgment at that point.
Yep, I agree with you. But
Talking
like I
of
said, it
judgment,
was.
sorry, Nancy. Talking of
Go ahead.
judgment, I was watching a video that was done by an American lawyer that was released earlier today, and this American lawyer is extremely left wing. He was using terms like Gestapo and using all the Orange Man bad argument over this one. And in this country, it would have been struck off from the bar if he used that commentary. But yeah, I've not really seen what reviewed the entire story as yet. So again, I'm just being
Well, I can tell you that it's there's been a fermented movement here in the States that basically how do I put this? It's programming certain parts of our society to think that they can do whatever they want no matter the situation if they think they're right. And that means not obeying lawful orders by law enforcement. That means putting their hands on or going after law enforcement and expecting absolutely nothing to happen. No, I don't understand how this is how I don't get. And then they try to spin the narrative to make it look like that officer deserves punishment. And it's like, no, dude,
There's more going on too. Like a lot of people don't take into consideration that there's a red pill movement that's taking place. And like this is also pushed back on the red pills, because if you take a look at this story and you compare it to that one woman who literally ran a dude down that was her ex and left him to die in a snowbank and got away with it. And then everybody said, oh, that's perfectly fine because, you know what, he was alive when she left him. Well, she's the one that put him in the snowbank. You know?
No. I would never, and I don't care if you're what political stance you have, you don't hit somebody with a vehicle intentionally unless, like I said, in Florida, like when you have protesters that obstruct, okay, so in other words, they're obstructing traffic, they're obstructing everything, or they're putting you in danger. Because with the Antifa protests, that brought up a very good point, that a lot of these crowds were very violent towards innocent people in vehicles just trying to get from A to B. And we had several occasions in Tampa and in Miami where, you know,
Do you
people were
remember
hurt.
Charlottesville? Remember,
Yeah.
Charlottesville was the very first time that was a big thing in the news, and they had a very, very dramatic picture on the front page of, I think it was either the New York Times or the New York Post, and it ended up being a lot of Photoshop, but I guess that's neither here nor there. But yeah, and they had strategically made it so there would be a choke point so that the supporters of Black Lives Matters and the supporters of the Trump folks would have to meet up with Antifa, and there would be nothing other than a fight in which they stood down. They already had the plans to stand down, and it was just absolutely ridiculous. You know, they were bussed in by the same company, the same exact bus. They were bussed in from about 6 hours away. And the same company bussed in Antifa, Black Lives Matter, and the Trump supporters. But it just reminds me, because that was a lot of people lost their channels over that. Red Ice lost their channel just after that, you know.
It's well, and like I said, in Florida, they did pass a law. Ron DeSantis passed a law basically stating that if you were stuck in the middle of one of these protests and A, you have an emergency, you're trying to get to a medical facility, or B, you are in danger. I mean, in danger. Like they're rocking your car, they're doing whatever. You can hit your gas. In Florida, it's legal. You can run them over because they're already breaking a freaking law, protesting in the middle of the streets without permits or anything else. They're already breaking laws. And they're obstructing, like I said.
Falls under the stand your ground law. Just
it does.
Pistol.
Well,
it does.
See,
that's exactly why they did it.
That's the way. That's the way protests should be. Like I call all these protesters today just a bunch of pussies. Because like back in the day when it was cool, you know, people got out there, police beat them with nightsticks, and they didn't go down to the courthouse to ask for permission where they can walk. You know, that's a bunch of pussy shit, dude. Be a man. Go out there.
I was gonna say in Florida, you either do that or you risk getting run over. And they did. You know, the reason they passed that law wasn't even really because of the civilians and the people who were being impacted and attacked by these crowds. It wasn't really because of that. It was because of the 911 vehicles. Because they were literally blocking entire major roads, and the 911 vehicles were not able to get through.
I would
And that's
just
a huge problem.
I would just respect somebody a lot more if they didn't go to the courthouse to get permission to go out there and walk wherever the city said that they should. I mean, if you want me to believe what you have to say, get your ass out there and do it without the city's permissions. And if you get run over by a car, dude, that means that you freaking actually were standing up for something you believe in. Okay, you weren't freaking doing exactly what you're told to do by the city and the council and all this, you know.
Yep.
That's
And
definitely
actually,
an argument.
Yeah, but what about
it,
those trucks, those people in the trucks that the people stop them and then they pull the truck driver out and, beat them down.
That's a
well,
riot.
that's, I mean,
Right.
again, that
Which
was,
many-
but
I
that
don't
was
know
part
if
of the
any of
problem too,
you
Roger. A lot of the Antifa quote unquote protests were not protests, they were freaking riots.
Right.
Yeah,
They were, whenever
exactly.
Antifa gets involved, and I'm not saying this because I sometimes believe that the Antifa has been infiltrated by the government and it's used for
They're
its own
almost
purposes to create its
always
own things.
infiltrated by.
Yeah.
Yep.
They're almost always they're infiltrated by government. It's almost always it's started by agent provocateurs.
Well,
Correct.
the moment you go down and fill out petitions at the courthouse, you're an agent provocateur.
Well,
Okay.
Antifa doesn't do that, but they are
I mean,
retards when it comes to the
agent
internet.
provocateurs that are paid. That's their job. Agent provocateurs.
Yep.
Yeah. No,
Yep.
I personally witnessed that at the Charlotte riots. I was
Yep.
stationed
Rob, you was
sent over
there.
there by. Yeah, I was over there
Mhm.
sent over by one of the multinational security investigative agencies. And anyway, long story short is the BLM guys, they were peaceful. They were doing their peaceful walk, marched in through town, and I stopped downtown, and they sat around and did some prayers and stuff. And then all of a sudden, as the sun started going down, out came all these little white kids and you know emo punk outfits with backpacks with bats and skateboards sticking out of the back of it. You could tell they were there to cause they were up to no good. And no sooner did I get there, they started looking at me like I was a cop, and they're like, well, did we start or not? They weren't sure if they're going to, try to start something in front of me. Yeah, everybody says I look like a cop, so yeah. Just
Yeah,
didn't
I
look
always
very
told
cool.
you that. There's no missing that with you. There's no missing that with you. But it's again, it's a situation where, you're obviously the American people, they need us divided. They 100% needed us divided. They absolutely cannot have us all on the same page, because if we are all on the same page, it's usually not going to be for their benefit. It's usually what's going to unite people is going to be everybody has a lightning bolt moment or a flash, a light bulb moment and says, well, wait a minute, where is all of our tax money going? Wait a minute. Why am I paying income tax when Minnesota just gave away, multiple billions of dollars to Somalia, or actually Somaliland if you do the homework. But I mean, literally, this is problematic. But today, like I said, we had you had the first thing I woke up this morning, you had the information about the Russian tanker that the American helicopters had taken over, blah, 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 blah. And I'm like, literally, I posted back to somebody, am I the only person who is actually critically thinking right now and saying, yeah, in what reality would a Russian oil tanker with a submarine escort be so easily boarded and Russia wouldn't react? In
Well,
what
this is
world?
very interesting because now you've got 16 other Venezuelan ships that have done the same thing, thinking on the template of, well, you can't do this to all 16 of us, or will you? Because why that first one, you may know this, you may not, but the listeners may not. That first one was going to be, captured, turned around, whatever, and it made its way out. It made its
Yep.
way further out till it was all the way across the Atlantic just about, and way up north, interestingly enough, probably 1,000 miles or whatever east of like the southern tip of Greenland, not far up there, but by Scandinavia, close enough. And Yeah, that was the first one that raised it, and I don't know. I still don't know what they've done with that. And I guess the other 15 got the idea after that. So this should not should be. It will be interesting to see
Well,
how that transpires.
like I said, and I kept warning people over the weekend that the United States was moving major assets into the United Kingdom. Big time assets, like big time assets. And I'm like, why are they moving all these assets into the United Kingdom? And of course, Raphael's response is the Ukraine, and which is a good response. Then you think, is it the Middle East? Are they just going to buttress over into the Middle East? What are they doing in the United Kingdom? Well, it turned out the United Kingdom was working in sync with the United States to take that Russian tanker. But again, I have to caution people before you take this on its face. Understand that there was a Russian submarine shadowing this tanker, escorting this tanker, and it did absolutely nothing.
Well,
And that makes
there's nothing
zero.
for it to do with a helicopter. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, there was also
Didn't it do something
zero.
by just being there?
It
Just wanted to
literally,
finish
yeah,
by
it
somebody.
just kind of sat there, which it did absolutely nothing. Which is, and
Uh,
it was a
But what
military
I mean is
sub.
just by
Hang on.
being there, isn't it doing something by just its presence alone?
Correct.
Yeah,
But
yeah,
then
No,
you
yeah.
have
it's a scarecrow. Sorry.
well, you
What
have the
would
fact that Russia.
what would happen? What would happen if that submarine did go into action? That would create
Yeah,
go from a situation into a major international situation. That would
but it was
be
already an
disastrous,
international
Good.
situation.
where it'd be larger, it'd be a
True,
lot
true.
larger. Yeah.
But we made it an international situation when we went ahead and number one, went after that tanker in international waters. Number two, did it in conjunction with the UK. So we
Number
made it
three, took
international to
2 or
begin
3
with.
of them. So it wasn't
Correct.
like
We
we were
made it international.
unsuccessful. Yeah, we took a couple of them.
But what I'm saying again, though, is again, here's Putin
Piracy, man.
Here's Putin exercising all this ridiculous restraint. Like I keep saying this, nobody's listening to me. I keep saying Ukraine, all this shit. He is exercising insane restraint, okay,
Yep.
by any standard, which tells me there's more here than meets the freaking eye.
Me too, me
There
too, me
is
too.
something else going on. Putin just
Yes.
called back all of his diplomats from Iran. He just basically had them empty out the Iranian embassy of Russian diplomats. He did that this morning also. Again, something is going on. That makes no sense because Russia has always
Also,
bolstered Iran in all situations.
you've got
And they
stuff
are
popping
bailing.
off in Yemen now. You've got
Yep.
the UAE and what's going on with Saudi Arabia. I mean, most people know that they fought the good fight Yemen for 15 years. There was 20 million people on standby. That would have been the largest starvation in the history of
Yep.
recorded starvations. But yeah, something is real weird because that wasn't happening just a few days ago where I'm seeing
Nope.
a Toyota trucks after Toyota truck after Toyota truck with AAA stuff mounted in the back. And then here's this real quick. I'll be brief. I mean, I got 5 different reasons here, and not all 5 reasons as one, but the first reason for going into Venezuela, wanting to flip its regime, was the fentanyl. The second reason, you stole our oil. Somehow our oil, went under Texas and ended up under there. The third reason, the last election wasn't legit, like we did with Libya and Saddam Hussein, etc. Then it was, well, swish of the pen, law of the land, weapons of mass destruction. Now fentanyl is a weapon of mass destruction.
Yep.
Here's the thing. So they go in, they get Maduro. Now this is Maduro's captured. He's given us the 2 thumbs up in more than one photo with the cups
Yep.
on. And Trump is
smile.
on TV
And
doing
changing
about a
clothes.
40-minute debriefing and says during it, one of the very first things he says is cocaine money was the backbone of the Venezuelan economy. And I'm
Yep.
thinking, you didn't have to come up with a 5th reason, especially cocaine, when that's not the weapon of mass destruction or the
Well,
first reason.
there's
But
even
the very first thing I thought was Colombia, watch out. There's because
Yeah.
real quick, two things. I don't think Raphael, how let me know. Have you ever seen this? Because I don't think I have. I don't think I've ever seen 20% of our Navy go anywhere and hang out for a couple months without flipping a government or doing something major. I've never seen them
Yep.
do that, hang out for 3 or 4 months and then turn around. Then I got to thinking, well, why not kill two birds at one stone if you're Trump and you're already doing might is right? Colombia is right there. You already have complete control over all the, I mean, you've had it for the poppy over Afghanistan, and now you've got it with the fentanyl. That's why you left Afghanistan. If you have Colombia, my word, now you've got all 90% anyway of the cocaine.
It's not going to be
production.
Colombia.
No,
It's
no.
going to be
not.
Cuba.
Oh.
It's
Yeah,
going to be Cuba.
Yeah.
Yep.
You know what's
Cuba.
super close there too? Super close. And he's already targeted it before. The
Mexico.
Panama Canal. I
Mexico,
look for him
Panama
to
Canal,
hit
but
that.
Cuba is going to be first, and I can tell you that for a fact. Only
But if
because
he'll take Cuba, he'll take the canal first to cut off the Chinese from helping.
that might be the
Cuba.
case. I know.
Oh
I
yeah.
know.
I
The day
was
he
in
took-
Panama, Nancy. I was in Panama when we invaded Panama. And
Yep.
who was the biggest groups there?
Yep.
Cuba and
Chinese.
China.
Yep.
No other countries down there helped Noriega but those two.
Well, I
Just-
know the day of
Sorry.
the operation when they took Maduro. There's so many things going on here, but in Florida and in Colorado, there were multiple Cuban assets, military assets here illegally that were arrested. Okay. Large groups in Florida and in Colorado. Over 50% of the fatalities in Caracas were Cuban.
Yeah, 32
And I'm like,
of them.
oh boy, okay, that's a map. They're showing us a map. Okay, so we know Cuba was intricately involved down in Venezuela somehow. Now,
I don't know
can-
if I believe that. It could be true. I mean, but
oh
I'm
no, I think they were.
everything.
Yeah, 32. The Cubans
were-
were the bodyguards, and there were 32 of them which
Yeah.
they
Yep.
killed.
Sure,
Yeah,
there wasn't
we-
33.
There were 80. Yeah, no shit, right? There were 80. Apparently, there were 80 in total. 40.
Yep.
40. About 40 of them died in their sleep. The rest of them were the military, the Cubans that got whacked, and the
Yeah.
some other military personnel that were manning the air defense. But
But
you know, go
You
ahead.
said they worked with the Cubans worked with them to fund the Black Lives Matter. Right, I'm just saying.
well, here's the thing. Here's what bothered me. Or really, initially when this occurred, I got very bothered because I had done my homework on Maduro's opposition, Machado, and I don't like Machado at all. Like, she is a Zionist in a huge way, and I don't ascribe to the Zionism at all. And it was interesting because, again, I said this to Raphael.
why?
Bibi Netanyahu was the first world leader that was praising Trump for him going in. But then, like 2 hours after that, because I had actually said it on Facebook, my biggest problem with this is that they're going to try to usher Machado into power. And then it's just basically we've just given Venezuela to Israel. No, that it cannot play out like that.
They're gonna cut us off, Nancy.
Well, oh God, guys, I gotta take us out to our bigger break. We will be back with the Vixen's Vault in about 10 minutes. Hang in there. Thank you, Dave.
There you go. I was worried. I was like, come on.
Yeah.
I know.
I
I saw
can't see the
Mark's right hand.
I can't see the texting, and it's really weird. If you're dropping things in text, I can't see it until after the
No,
fact.
you got to look at the. See,
Yeah.
I'm going like this.
Well, I was still on a main screen though because I was
She
looking
got-
for the
she got-
video of
she got
the man.
excited. She got
Yeah.
excited because
But
they
Well,
here's
mentioned
my
Cuban.
thing.
David's supposed
Here's-
to come in there. He's the assistant associate. Yeah,
CEO
kind of
of
producer.
Timekeepers.
Well, when you said Cuban, Nancy got all flustered and everything.
Oh man.
Oh, actually, I could go for a Cuban, but literally, my point with Machado was
He's
like
tired of
2 hours.
Puerto Ricans.
I was waiting
No, I
for
want
it.
a
I was
Cuban
like,
sandwich.
yeah.
I want a Cuban
Oh, I thought
sandwich,
it was
damn it.
cigar.
Is that what you was
No,
wanting?
no. Yeah, but
I want a
it's funny
Monte
because
Cristo.
It took,
my
Oh,
point
Monte
was,
Cristos are delicious.
took Raph like 2
My-
seconds to respond.
yeah, actually,
You want a
Like,
BLM
au
sandwich?
jus,
I'm
man,
gonna
au
go
jus.
until this kills completely out, and then when we do, I'm gonna bring us right back into this room. Okay.
What I was, yep, my point was before we went off was that with Machado, within 2 hours of Trump going live, he was doing this huge presser, and one of the things he specifically mentioned was that he was not going to put Machado in power. He said it point blank, her name, all of it, and I was like, oh crap, he just cock blocked BB. Oh boy, this is getting interesting.
It's
And
bad
now-
enough. BB has Presidente in Mexico.
Dun, 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 dun.
I gotta take and get us reset up, and hope I can get everybody back. Before the break is over. It's been great. Hoping everybody has a great time out there. And I'm going to take and get Nancy and the crew back. Have Jason. David.
There we are.
Larry wants you
Presidente
to,
and
Larry
what?
wants you to talk about
gun control laws.
gun control laws and Facebook.
Which ones? The ones that
I
yeah,
don't know.
I
There
think
was
I
some
know
new
what he's
ones
talking
that just
about.
came out, I
Yep,
guess.
I think they were part of the big beautiful bill, if I remember right. Hang on, I gotta go to. I was just looking at that. That's so funny. I'll pass it to Nancy. Federal.
I almost forgot to tell you about that, but
Yeah, I see it.
I got a
Hang
lot
on,
on
I'm
my plate.
I'm sorry.
Did you guys check out Censorship Sucks tonight? I'm
No,
so-
I did not.
I'm so
Brent?
proud of Brent. Brent made freaking those guys butt hurt, dude, like you wouldn't believe. He just said it like it was, and
He
they-
always does.
and he's. I mean, I disagree with some of the stuff Brent says, but man, when he said what he said tonight, he was right on target.
Yeah, Brent wants to invade Mexico.
Well,
Well,
I told you guys.
Other than that,
I've told you guys they're going to invade Mexico. We're going into Mexico. We have guys literally down there already.
well, they
It's
planned
gonna
this
happen.
out. This came out in 1990s when they came out with that environmental climate video, and I keep telling everybody to watch that because if you watch it and you compare it to what's going on today, it's word for word. It's textbook what they're doing.
Just on two of your previous points, both yours and Jason, oh sorry, Nancy's and Jason's. As far as the UAE and Saudi Arabia is concerned, I can see that's just been a flash in the pan situation. I mean, the issue happened last week, and we've not really heard very much about it since. As far as Russia coming out of Iran, well, Iran is the IRGC is going to fall any minute now. It's fairly obvious. And yeah, I can see Russia wanting to steer away from that sort of situation completely.
Well, if we're lucky, they'll
I
go
thought it was
Persian.
really.
Did I
thought
hear
it
that
was really
right?
funny.
You think the IRGC is
I was
about to
watching
collapse?
Canadian news
Yeah.
last night.
IRGC, the Islamic Republic. Yeah, that's going to fall any minute. I've been watching actions. I've been watching videos from a British Iranian commentator of the last two. Well, I've been watching him for a long time now, but especially over the last 2-3 weeks, and he posts every single day. And yeah, the IRGC. This is the end of the Republic of Iran.
They've got protesters out with machine guns
That's
in front.
interesting. I guess they wouldn't say much about that on press TV, but I mean, to not hear anything about it on press TV.
Oh no! Iran for the last week. Yeah, for the last week they are going. I mean, they had to literally abandon 3 of their cities. in the past like 2 days because of the protests.
Iran.
It's bad
Yeah.
over there. Yep.
They got
It's
machine.
way bad.
That's
See, these
that's
guys
right.
aren't
The
pissies, dude. They
protests,
got
the
machine
protests
guns.
that
No, they
popped up in the last week.
these are real
Wow.
protests.
Okay, I
The
got you.
protesters have like machine guuns and stuff, and they're like,
Yep.
we're about ready to kill you, mother uppers. We're gonna.
Yeah, you better believe those are MEK or other CIA and Mossad backed.
If we're lucky, they'll go
Well,
back
I mean,
to
They are
Persian.
Mossad
Well,
backed.
I guess Mark Edworthy thinks they're completely organic. Maybe it is.
completely.
It's possibility.
completely,
You know what I mean? In the
No,
past,
no.
it's almost
But there's
never
been a
been.
Cold War.
Real quick, when they
There's-
did Tanzania and it went all the way into Egypt with their spring, their the Egyptian spring or
Spring.
whatever.
Yep.
And then, the Arab Spring. And then it got to Egypt. And I was telling my brothers, are you guys seeing this on TV? This is before I did any of this type of research. I said, Egypt's flipped their government. And within 12 hours, it was like, no. Your Arab Spring is great. We love it. But no. We got the Suez Canal. We're not having that up to here. But as far as Libya, we had our agent provocateurs in there. They're I don't know. That's been the past anyway.
Here's my kind of
It's
take
all
on things.
Mossad. It's all spurred by Mossad.
Here's kind of where I view it.
Right.
And this is where I'm
and you're
thinking.
military saying that. Like, not military, but you are.
It's
Yeah.
the way
and the thing is, though, there was
Hmm.
one of the previous administration officials they actually said like something like Merry Christmas to Iran and the Mossad agents or some shit in the area. I don't know if y'all ever came across that tweet, but that fucking or that interview, whatever it was, but basically it's confirmation that they know Mossad is lit the candle on this thing.
Yeah, they don't just sit home and do nothing. I mean, the Mossad and the CIA do work out in the field, and that's the type of work that they do.
It's worth noting
and it's
that
domestic.
Iran has been going through a sort of Cold War, civil Cold War for the last 25 minimum years.
Yeah, and it's like I was
Yeah,
gonna
actually-
say there's a Persian
dig it. Thank you, Mark.
there's actually a Persian movement where they're getting tired of the Muslims. Like what's going to happen here is going to be they're going to break away from this whole Muslim bullshit entirely.
Is it a Sunni
Did you
Shia
guys
thing?
see on the news?
No, it's
I was
Persian.
watching some Canadian news last night that Canada and England are very afraid that this is going to be the end of NATO since
I've heard that.
since
Yeah.
we invaded Venezuela, because he
really
already
glad
was
you brought
talking about Greenland, and the Canadians are worried that they're going to be the 51st state too. And,
Well, it's interesting you
Yeah,
say
I
that.
can imagine
about
that.
NATO, and this is why, because that
Hold on,
Monroe
let Nancy say.
Doctrine and the whole talk about that. There's something Trump forgot to say when he brought up the Monroe Doctrine. It's not just the half of the Monroe Doctrine that said, okay, we have two big oceans. You do your thing over there. If you have wars, you fight them. We don't want to sign any pacts. Likewise, we don't need your help. We don't want to sign any pacts with you coming over here. Yes, I understand the part. If you come over here and set up shop, we're going to take that as an act of war. But then that would mean we don't have pacts saying we'll come to their safety.
30
That would
seconds.
mean not only no NATO, but no League of Nations prior to that. No connection at the hip to Israel, certainly. He forgets to
even that
mention
has
that
a
part.
narrate-
That's a good
even that has
60% of
a
it.
even that has a freaking
anyways, we're getting ready, and here it comes.
narrative.
5,
You
4,
know, it's like come on.
3, 2, 1, and you are back live on the radio side for the second hour of the first show of your first show this year, right now.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Vixen's Vault, Wednesday, January 7th, 10:05 p.m. We are in the year 2026. Can you believe it? And it's already flying by. Of course it is. Welcome back to the show, everybody. Man, that was a lively break. I couldn't get a word in edgewise, but it's all good because now I got the mic. But we talked about all sorts of different things, including Greenland, which is another interesting situation. We'll just call it a situation that's occurring right now. And it's funny because earlier this afternoon it was announced that what is it, Denmark or is it Finland? Finland.
Greenland.
Which one runs? It's
Denmark.
Finland.
Denmark.
Finland is actually
Denmark.
called.
Denmark.
Is it Denmark?
Yeah.
Denmark
I was
runs
right.
Finland. Yeah, or Greenland. I
Yeah.
mean.
Okay,
Yes.
good. Denmark. So Denmark has actually called for a meeting with Marco Rubio to discuss Greenland. So I think that's very, very interesting because, yeah, for the right price, I think they'd sell anything. And I think they only have a population of like 30,000 in Greenland. So it's not like you're mass affecting a population. I understand the strategic need for it, but I more than that, I think there's probably assets under Greenland that they're not talking about. But that being said, I want to point out a few things. One, Russia pulling out of Iran. Something that I had made note of with Russia sitting off the coast of Venezuela. Multiple Russian subs and different marine military vehicles sitting off of the coast of Venezuela, allowed Maduro to be taken, allowed everything to happen. And our guys went in there on radar, folks. You have to understand that. Yes, they took out the anti-aircraft postings, I guess you could say, but strangely enough, most of that stuff was not working to begin with. And that was all Russian stuff. Although, if you listen to the mainstream media, they're going to tell you that the anti-aircraft was provided by China.
I
But
could
it
give
is
you a
like,
better breakdown.
hold on, let me finish
go
my
ahead.
breakdown. Thank
No,
you.
go ahead.
So basically, I have questioned on multiple occasions now. There's something else going on here.
Yep.
And I had theorized with Venezuela, if Russia and China signed on to this thing with Trump and said, we're going to stand down, we're going to let you take Maduro, I think Maduro turned state witness, to be very honest with you, because of the way things occurred, the photographic moments. The fact that, he changed clothing multiple times. It was, and we were watching his entire deportation occur in real time, which doesn't happen
Interesting.
with the political
Changing the clothes
prisoner.
multiple. The one,
Oh, yeah.
Did you see the one blue hoodie he had on it had
Yep.
some kind of logo, like it was a brand name. I just thought that was kind of interesting. I mean, probably
Yeah.
nothing, but it was kind of just
For-
interesting to me.
Yeah, 4 wardrobe changes in 17 hours. Yeah.
Yep. But
And-
there
and
again,
two
okay.
Photos of the thumbs up with the cups. And did you
Yes.
notice how
Yes.
many DEA jackets? It's almost like they made sure, hold on, we can't see the DEA on the front of your jacket, the front of your jacket, and the front of your jacket.
Because they wanted you to
step
know
the
that it
right,
was
there was
they
19
wanted to
of them. Yeah,
push
you could see
forward the fact
DEA
that it was, because again,
right. They're showing like,
rhetoric
well, he
were-
must have done drugs. He must have sold drugs.
No.
If there's 14,000
They're-
DEA agents around him.
they're running on the
Oh.
rhetoric. The whole reason they're saying that this
That's
was
the
a
narrative they're trying
Oh
to say.
God!
Jason, let her speak.
Can I finish my
I'm
sentence? My
sorry, you
sentence.
said rhetoric. All right.
They're running on the fact that number one, they went in after him with basically an indictment out of the Lower Manhattan of New York court system, which is one of the most liberal court systems in the country. He was indicted in 2020. Okay, under again the Biden administration, believe it or not, with the incoming, literally a liberal judge indicted him on a grand jury in the most liberal area in the country. Indicted Maduro, which number one should have told you something's up. So they execute this indictment under Trump. That was why you're seeing the DEA so prevalent, because they have to sell that thought process. This was a law enforcement thing. This was not the military. This was not a takeover. This was a law enforcement execution of an indictment. That is what they want to sell this as. I still have problems with that. I think the whole thing is a script. One,
Right.
do a little homework. Do a little homework on Maduro. In fact, Vicky will know what I'm talking about because I posted it to her in the Vixen's Vault in Telegram. One of the things you got to know. One of the things you got to know about Maduro.
Not so much Maduro, but how Venezuela ran.
This is personally about Maduro.
The military.
Let me finish. It's not about. It is about Maduro personally. It's about his history. It's about his background. Maduro in 2013 made it very clear to anybody listening publicly that his lineage is Sepharically Jewish. Okay? The Sephoric Jews come out of the Spanish Portugal area. They're Zionists. No
so he said that in
two ways about it.
Now how?
No, but then he goes on. I listen. You got to learn the. I think people need to learn what a red herring is, because they play us with it every damn time. Every
I'm
time.
more than familiar with red herrings.
Because I think Mandami is a red herring. Mandami is saying one thing and doing certain things because they need him to do it as scripted. So why? So people figure out that they're freaking morons and they elected a socialist, and that nothing he said, because it's going to prove that socialism is a bad thing. He's a plant.
I mean,
And I think
I
Maduro was a plant.
understand whoever sits in the seat of presidency in Venezuela has to juggle parts of the military that don't really they don't really control the entire military. The cartels, whether they admit it or not, they do have a say in that
Yes.
government, and they do have to also be very with finesse juggling what their version of the Congress is.
So
That's
how
why
do you
it
take
would've
the car
done- it
out?
would've- Can I? Let's take like 10
But
seconds.
no.
It would've done
Let me,
Maduro no good to run
Jason,
because they would have looked at him as weak and they
let
would have
me
killed him.
finish. Let me
Well,
finish.
how can you finish?
Let
And I
me
was the one
finish.
talking.
No,
I was the one
I'm
speaking
still
about
You've
it.
done
trying to
nothing
finish what
but
I
talk.
started.
You've done
Listen,
nothing but
okay.
talk.
Listen, let me finish what I'm saying, okay? Literally, Maduro, when you take it at face value and you think about it, if I was in intelligence, how would I play this? Okay, I got to get the cartel out of power. Why? Because the cartel is it's blocking the World Bank from doing what it wants to do. They have to work in sync with the cartel to get it done. In other words, they're not in control. It's a shared thing with the World Bank. So how do
That
you
wasn't my
how
point,
do you
but I'm talking too much. I'm
no,
sorry.
how do you nail the cartel? How do you get in there and infiltrate that kind of money? You put in a leader that basically plays their game. He's a plant. Because literally, who's the next up? Who's the next up for bat? Machado. Machado is a flaming freaking Zionist. Okay? You have literally the former ruler who claimed the bloodlines, the Sephoric bloodlines, but he's anti-Semitic somehow. You don't claim. I don't know any Sephoric Jews that claim their bloodlines who are anti-Semitic. That's completely ridiculous to even think. That's retarded. Sephoric bloodlines are very specific. So, like I said, you do a little homework and it's like, wait a minute, now I'm uncomfortable. I've got Russia and China pulling back, not doing shit. I had the Chinese meeting with Maduro right before he was taken out, like an hour before he was taken out. That's just no, that doesn't work with me either. You got Russia pulling out of Iran. Okay, so that's all of their oil, supposedly. Supposedly Russia gets their oil from Iran and Venezuela. And they're going to pull out of both places? No, I'm sorry. It sounds to me like there is a backroom deal made for OPEC.
You're making an assumption that the current leader of Venezuela will be the next.
I'm
president.
thinking. I don't think she will be. I think they're pushing her. I'm thinking
there will be elections within the next.
Oh,
Correct.
I doubt that. No, that's not going to happen because, like, first of all, like I'm hearing a whole bunch of narratives being thrown around. Okay, and that's what it basically comes down to. But the thing of it is it's the crime, and the reason that I'm kind of split down the middle when it comes to Venezuela because it's something that really needed to be done, and there's a whole lot of politics involved in it. But the truth of the matter is this is where the criminal elements are coming from that are pushing these immigrants, illegal aliens that everybody has such a problem with up into the United States. Get rid of that problem and we won't have to be talking about this crazy shit that's going on.
I don't disagree, but I do believe that their constitution in Venezuela needs to be followed. I believe that, yes, if we got to hold the placemaker while they get their elections set up, that's fine. We can do that for a short stint. But they need to have duly and non-Smartmatic Dominion related elections, because you guys forget Smartmatic and Dominion, all of their server software comes out of Venezuela originally. And the fact that they just put these little reflection, London Smartmatic, Palm Beach Smartmatic, No, that's bullshit. Smartmatic came out of it was invented in frickin' Venezuela. It was written in Venezuela. Of course, Venezuela is where it's housed. Chavez used it in his election. Maduro used it in his election, and they sold it worldwide to other countries, which is another thing I find very interesting about this. Because guess what? Bibi Netanyahu won an election in 2022 that he should never have won, and his own country knows it. That's why they were protesting him. Because they know there was a crap ton of corruption and a really funky monkey election that occurred. How many funky monkey elections can you guys remember now over the last couple of years? There's been quite a few of them. Forget the United States. We had our 2020 experience. Yeah, they're going to get nailed for that. But that's why I think Maduro is state's witness. Because I think there's going to be multiple governments that are going to have to pay. It's going to come out.
I just don't feel that Venezuela deserves that level of importance. It's like this whole thing.
They do. Their people do.
I mean, their people do, yeah, but politically, they mean nothing. Like on a global level, they mean absolutely nothing.
Of course they do. They are sitting on some of the largest oil reserves in the world.
And we've been without Venezuelan oil.
Not to mention
for how
global silver
long?
deposits.
Oh, come on,
It's
dude.
more than
Yes.
that, guys. Can I put pipe in here?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's more going on than that. One of the things that pushed that I'm convinced that Trump pushed Trump to pull that trigger is that he had to get them under control because they were converting over to SIPs. And that's basically the Chinese version of the SWIFT banking network. Basically, we were, if they would have completely converted over to SIPs and to the BRICS, they would have basically destroyed any conversion of Venezuelan oil to the U.S. dollar. Forget the fact that that China was helping redevelop their infrastructure. Yeah. But the most important part is that they could not allow that all that oil to be sold in anything other than dollars. The petrodollar status completely hinges on that, and
Yep.
we are already on life support. We couldn't have taken that blow. And again, they have the oil, they have the gold, and on the way out, China took like I can't remember what it was. They said like some 2,000 metric tons of silver. I mean, on the way out, bars of silver.
Yep. I
Something
still
like that.
think I do believe we're going to end up in basically a world divided into 7 pieces. You and I talked about this, Raphael. I think you agree with me on this. We're going to see 7 superpowers basically, and that's going to be it. I almost think that has to happen if we want to maintain peace, because we are way too fractured on this planet. And there's way too much, and it's funny, I got an argument with somebody today over socialism and how socialist the United States is. And, my one thing, in fact, I wanted to make this point too, before I forget, when we had Brett Kavanaugh, what is his last name? Why can't I remember it right now? Hamachek. There we go. Why am I thinking Kavanaugh?
Supreme Court Justice.
Because that's a Supreme Court justice. That's why. When we had him on and he asked me the question, well, even if conspiracy theorists are right, what does that change anything? Yeah, it could have changed quite a few things, because my point was, I think I put it in the chat after the show, was that if John F. Kennedy was proven to be assassinated by internal methods within the United States, the CIA, was Lyndon B. Johnson involved, which if the CIA was, he certainly was. If that's proven to be fact and goes mainstream, we have a serious constitutional problem, because every president elected after that would be considered a coup. Every president elected into power post-Kennedy is invalidated. Every law passed by the Supreme Court is invalidated. Why? Because you were ruled under a non-legal government. And that, I can tell you for a fact, I know I'm right. I've asked several different lawyers, 2 of them constitutional lawyers. I know I'm right on this, which is why they've never flat out come out and said that John F. Kennedy was assassinated by connections to LBJ or anything. They can't. It would literally undo every bit of law that has occurred within this country, every elected official within this country for the last 50 years. All of it.
Cool.
So
bring it on. Bring it on.
Exactly. That's what we need. That's what we need.
Don't tempt
well,
me with
that's
a
why
good
I'm
time.
saying That's
Start
why I
all
said,
over
though,
again.
don't tell me that conspiracy. What would it change, even if you're right? Don't tell me that, because it would change a hell of a lot, knowing I'm right.
There's something
And
else too. After that interview you did, do you mind if I kind of say something else I kind of was
no, go
disturbed
for it.
about? No, Brent mentioned this whole fact that yeah, we got socialism here in the United States, but we might as well just live with it, you know. And he took that kind of attitude in that, and I found that pretty disturbing. And the reason why is because I see a lot of people taking that attitude, especially when it comes to us being a constitutional government. And that goes not only with socialism, but this nationalist movement that keeps coming up and popping up. Everybody has this misconception of what a constitution is and what nationalism is, you know, as well as socialism. So I found that very disturbing, you know.
Well, that leads to what a rebuttal I had to somebody today on that fact, because we were discussing socialism, and they made the point that, listen, our national parks are socialist, our military is socialist. I mean, they made the point of, you know, different areas within our government that are socialistically run. I said, yeah, our national parks are so. Post office, that's another one. I was like, when piece by piece it tore it up. I was like, so our national parks are socialist. We get taxed out the yin yang, so we can pay for our national parks. You know, those national parks
So they
that we
can
get taxed
steal them from
for.
us.
And literally, you have to pay admission to get into the national parks on the same breath. So that's not actually, number one. Socialism, by definition, is government that runs without taxation. Look it up. So it doesn't work. You cannot have taxation and collection of fees from the general public and call yourself socialist. It's not socialism. Socialism is supposed to function without taxation.
Right. The other one is fascism.
Yep. Exactly.
Fascism has taxes.
Well, I've got my theories on that too, though. Fascism is developed off because of socialism. First, they develop, they start a socialist society, and then fascism piggybacks off.
But here's the fun part, guys. We're double screwed here in the States. Why? Because we're freaking retards. Because we put on our shirts that say red, white, and blue, we're constitutional republic, and you can't do that, but they do it anyway, and they just don't tell you about it until you're either getting arrested or paying out the yin yang for it. So here's the thing. You know, capitalism. All right, so we have now mushed capitalism in with socialism, just kind of like they did in the Scandinavian countries, but we don't get benefit from it. We pay taxes for our national parks, and yet we pay fees to get into our national parks. Yet our national parks are always begging for money. Where's all the money going? This is my question. Interstates. You know, most of our states now are, you have to pay tolls to drive on the rolls.
I hate it when Bigfoot invests all that currency into Bitcoin and Ethereum.
Yeah, I know. That sucks.
It's, again, I'm basically saying we're paying all this money. We're not questioning what form of government we are, and yet we're not seeing the results of the money anywhere.
Well,
your educational system, flat broke.
It sort of works in Scandinavia.
Not anymore.
Well, yeah.
Look what happened. They got run over by their big hearts, which they got completely. I feel bad for the people of Scandinavia because they got sold a bunch of junk.
Those are Vikings.
You know,
don't call them kind hearts. What are you talking about?
They got neutered somewhere in time there, Roger. They somehow our Vikings got neutered. I don't know how it happened. Their horns got buffed. I don't know what happened.
They need to listen to the Viking music and let that blood. Just let that blood flow.
I mean, they are literally, their women are getting raped to hell over there.
That's the way Vikings are supposed to do shit. That's the way Vikings are supposed to do shit.
It doesn't make any sense, though.
Like Vikings took their women, dude. They didn't freaking ask for permission. What the heck?
I think the Vikings they were in Scotland, but then Scotland got all pussified too. So did Ireland. I don't know what the hell has happened to our people that we used to look up to.
Ireland. I'm going to tell you something about Ireland now. If Ireland would rule the world if freaking they didn't invent beer, dude. I'm just saying, dude. If
that's true.
Alcohol in general, brother. Alcohol in general.
They would literally rule the world if they freaking.
Irishman morphed into a bar.
But I
And
mean,
that was
it's
all she wrote.
Yeah,
if you
take a
think
break
about it.
there, Nancy.
Oh, I see it. I see it. All right, guys, I am going to take us out to our final break of the evening. God, time is flying by tonight. We shall return. I'm going to continue on this Irish thing. Hang in there. We'll be right back with the Vixen's Vault. But think about it. I
Those are
mean,
my people.
you
We're
have
on break. We're on
you
break,
had
guys.
okay.
Hey, we're on
So
break.
you've got, I know, you have the Scandinavian countries who took in all those immigrants and it totally destroyed their economies. I mean, it destroyed their economies in a huge way. But they were working this
And their
finite
people.
balance. And they were never fully socialist. They were always a capitalistic, socialistic, like they ran socialism on the social level and capitalism on the economic level, which was intelligent. It kind of worked for their smaller populations. But once you started expanding that population, it doesn't work. That's why it would never work here. We have too large of a population. It cannot work here. And we
Actually,
are
those-
way too corrupt.
Actually, there was two things that has broken Scandinavia. The immigration issue and also the net zero issue.
Yep.
Yeah,
Oh my God,
the
but
other
that's all
major one.
part and parcel.
Mm.
But I will tell you guys too, Trump today, in the middle of all this shit, he was dropping all these freaking orders. Oh my God, I'm like, holy shit. He basically neutered BlackRock in a huge way. He basically put a law in place that is disallowing them from buying residential properties.
Oh, Reds,
Because-
yeah, REITs. Yeah, you shut them
Yep.
down.
Shut them down. Them and Blackstone. Blackstone like fell off a cliff on the stock market.
Wow.
So-
really? I didn't know.
Yep. So big yay. Finally, somebody's getting this crap under control. And then on top of that, what was the second thing he did? He did a second thing where I was like, what the holy hell is he doing? He's cock blocking everybody. Oh my God, I'm in love. Because it's like, pay attention to this, but don't watch
out
what
to
I'm
your
we're just
area.
we're gonna wait to a huge news day and then do all these big things that really impact the American people in a good way.
You said cock
Oh, that
block
was
like
it.
3 times tonight, dude. I'm getting.
Because I
mean,
think it's awesome.
like
I
you
think
know
it's
what
awesome.
you know what that means.
doing
right?
it.
You know what that means.
I
right?
do.
That's
I
horrible.
think it's awesome.
That's
But again,
horrible.
I gotta connect BlackRock where it needs to be connected. The guy, Larry Fink, the guy that runs BlackRock, is an emeritus professor at Beijing University. BlackRock goes right back to China in many ways.
Mhm.
So, be realistic, folks. And I hate it when they sit there and say, well, they're working under the rules of capitalism. No, they're not. They're dodging antitrust laws is what they're doing. I mean, what did I say to the one guy that was arguing with me? I was like, basically Blackstone and BlackRock are like having all these like interfamily relationships and producing children that are going to be warped and retarded because they share executives like it's a sex party.
We
No
want to build
joke.
Europe
Where-
in the 18th,
Where's
17th,
the
18th
where's the
century.
platforms? I want to see it.
Oh, it's on Facebook. It was literally on my Facebook.
Like
I mean,
where
I was
they're-
going back
where
and
they're
forth.
where they're like having deformed babies and stuff. I want to.
No,
Yeah.
but literally,
I don't care about the
Blackstone-
rest of that.
Blackstone came out of BlackRock. It was, and I said that it was formed in order to avoid the antitrust laws. And it's like you can see it plain as day because they share executives.
Well,
mean, it's-
I mentioned some more scarier stuff than that about these guys, and everybody just kind of shrugs about it. But like when I was just talking about wetware, okay, that's BlackRock. When you talk
Yep.
about Cortical Labs and CL1 and Brain Dish Project, that's all BlackRock as well.
Yep.
And,
Yep.
And
Again, there's other companies like the I pointed out to you yesterday.
CL1 is an
the-
experiment, okay? It's not a company. It's an actual experiment. That was the
I
first.
mean, we develop a cortical.
I know, but
but
CL1
there are other companies out there.
CL1 is the one that actually started all of it off. Cortical Labs is the one who started it.
Yep.
True.
Yes, it is.
True.
This brain is where it actually started, and then it came from there over to CL1.
I think you. I
Cortical
think you find
Labs.
there is several companies as a
All right, get ready to go back, guys and gals.
It's
All right.
Alrighty.
It's in another.
Ralph, are you in here?
3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Okay.
And we're back. It's 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, January the 7th, 2026, and it's been a rough and rowdy break as usual. As Mark is shouting our time countdown, and people are talking as we're shouting. And by the way, yes, Raphael is still here.
That's a neat
But
trick.
the second thing I wanted to mention, besides the BlackRock complete neutering, is that he also neutered DoD contractors, which I was like, "Oh crap!" He literally put into place that DoD executives cannot, or I don't know if it was executives or contractors in the whole, cannot exceed the $5 million marker unless they are making great strides in innovation that's provable. I was like, oh, that Lockheed Martin stock went right off a cliff.
It's to curtail a lot of the fraud that's going on. I mean, look what the cost overruns were on the F-35 alone.
Yep, but this is what I mean. He's taking steps that should have been taken decades ago.
Yep.
And yeah, these DoD guys are taking big hits, but they should be, because they've been eating fat off our bones for 50, 60 years now, easily. I mean, and nobody's done a damn thing to stop them. In fact, if anything, they've been encouraged. So yeah, like I said, all this crap going on that makes you hate Trump, and then he's putting these things in play that are really helping us. So it's like, okay, are we supposed to be distracted so the liberal press doesn't jump on this other stuff, because they're not gonna publish the fact that he just neutered BlackRock and threw the DoD into the fire? Yeah, I think it's like I said, a lot is happening. A lot is happening, and it's not just here either. It's all over the world. Like, a lot of movements happening militarily. A lot of things are occurring that don't seem to make sense. So I think and now we're heading into a precipice. Like, they're starting to spool up the whole World War III. Russia's going to, China's going to, no. And, Vicky and I are both going to tell you guys, we were told this was coming.
Yep.
We were freaking 1,000% told. I can't tell you how many times that this was coming, and not to panic.
Right.
Just let it play out.
Happening with the silver and everything else messing with
everything. We were told all this was going to happen. Yeah. I know.
Yep.
Well, the
every
silver,
single
the
step
silver
that's
thing,
happened.
Where is that actually at? That's on like any legitimate.
Well, 4 banks have closed their silver desk, so they've gone dark, is what they call it.
Mm-hmm.
At 4 out of the 8 major banks, and J.P. Morgan couldn't make the deliveries. They basically the market called on their futures, and they couldn't fulfill. So, and then to top it all off, China has cut off export of any silver. And even Mexico has stopped issuing what do you call it? Not expedition.
Exportation.
Exportation.
Yeah. No, they're just searching for silver. Exploration. I guess exploration permits. Whatever. I can't. I'm so tired. My brain's not working.
Yeah.
Exportation.
But you know what I'm saying. There's no new mines they're gonna be going
They're
developing in the near
researching.
future.
Yeah.
So
but we get to have the Venezuela's silver and the smelting.
Also, it's not just about silver. I'm just looking at the Google result. Nickel, copper, tin, titanium, and other.
All at once. And what is that always a precursor to? Do you know, Mark? Because I know. Every time that has happened, we have had a catastrophic failure of the economic system. Right. Every time it's happened. So, yep, it's coming. But 2 other things I want to point out before we get off and running again that happened within the last couple of days that the Trump administration did. One, they turned the food pyramid upside down, which, thank God. Thank you, Robert Kennedy Jr., for that one, because that food pyramid's been killing us. It's been killing us for generations now. Grain, 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 grain. And now nobody has working intestines. Why? Because we have genetically modified grain in our freaking intestines, to up the yin yang.
Yeah.
But now
And tearing
meats,
holes in our gut.
yep,
The best
leaky
marketing
gut
tool
syndrome.
in new
Leaky
Gut.
guts.
Yep.
You guys are
It's bad
sick.
news.
Sally,
It's the truth.
You're sick. Stop talking like that. That makes me
No,
sick.
we are sick.
Oh my
You have
god.
no
So
idea.
we had that occur. Hold on one second,
Stop
Raphael's a little
it.
too close to me.
Stop it.
Sorry about the feedback. Okay,
That's
so we had
sick.
the food pyramid officially flipped upside down, literally. And then on top of that, yesterday they done slashed the hell out of the vaccine agenda, the required vaccine. Like they literally took it from 77 doses down to, I think it's like now we're at 31, and they're looking to take it down to 11.
Yeah,
So, I mean, that is huge. Again,
that is.
the things that have been poisoning us slowly over time. And it might be, I think it is different overseas. I know they were saying that the European nations, there's only 12 or 11 required vaccinations. Here in this, and that includes your doses. Here in the States, it's 77.
That's
And
that's
let me tell you,
criminal.
the crap that is in these vaccines, it is absolutely criminal. We're poisoning these children in a huge way.
yeah.
Now I'm gonna tell you
And
ahead of time too, because this is Illinois. They're already coming back. They're wanting to strike out. They've started making commercials aimed at encouraging people to take the vaccines, and they've
oh
started.
yeah,
They've already got the legislation that they're pushing on the state level here. So
well,
you're
that's because a lot of people
you're
are going
gonna
to
see
take big fat
pushback.
hits on their big fat paychecks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
I
pharma's going to
gotta.
take a hit. Go ahead, Rafi. Go
Well,
ahead.
no, I was gonna say I think it's fantastic that they've gone as far as they have, you know, as reducing the number of vaccines. But I think they need to take it a step further and eliminate any mandates altogether, because it's got to come down to individual choice, informed consent. And if they
Didn't that
don't
come
want to
out?
take it, if they don't want to take it, they shouldn't have to take it. You know, whether to go to school or not, the taxes are already paid. You know, there's no reason, you know, it doesn't mean that you get to tell the people what the government gets to stick in your kids' bodies. There should be absolutely no mandate whatsoever to take any vaccines. And then that way there's no argument about the Amish or the Mennonites not taking the vaccines, and they get religious, you know, got to get a religious exemption and all this other BS. If I decide that I do not want my kids getting any vaccines, they shouldn't have to.
Correct.
I agree with you
You're
on
right.
that. And I
Let
think
me
they don't tell you
thanks,
that a lot of the diseases kind of disappear with the sterilization. I mean, the modern medicine, a lot of reasons why a lot of these diseases kind of abated. Smallpox, uh, what was the other one? Polio, some of these really nasty bugs, was mainly because we began sterilizing more and more. We began using more effective cleaning mechanisms within the actual medical system. And they don't
Mm-hmm.
tell you that. They really do not tell you that. But on top of that,
It's
when
in
we
it's in
went,
Well,
everything too, though. Just
smallpox
not
is the
just
only one
medical,
that's
in
really needs
everything.
the vaccine.
Like sterile.
well, and a
funnily
lot of,
enough,
Because that's
sorry,
really dangerous.
just before you finish with the point, funnily enough, I heard a report just yesterday, prevent the British state-run anti-terrorism sort of youth program. They've got as actually they have training once a year. Prevent members have training once a year. This year they've made they've on the training program they've made so-called anti-vaxxers as potential terrorist activists.
Oh, no
well,
way.
yeah, because
That's
again,
terrible.
here's the thing with vaccines, you have to look at whose pockets get lined by vaccinations. There are multiple industries that are going to be affected by this in the adverse way. Insurance being one, pharmaceutical being the top one, politicians getting kickbacks from the pharmaceutical, doctors, hospitals, all these places that have been paid off by big
Politicians.
pharma. All the grants that
But
go from our government to Big Pharma, where they only use part of it, but there's a kickback involved. There's so much money in in these vaccinations. It's not funny. COVID was
you
was
bring
a.
up.
Go
Sorry,
ahead.
You're going to be sued
sorry. I'm
like
sorry. Go ahead. No,
nobody's
go ahead.
business. Go ahead.
I
Well,
mean,
I
COVID.
think Mark brought up a great point. I'm sorry, Mark brought up a great point about them targeting and
Yep.
labeling anti-vaxxers as some kind of domestic terrorist. That is a problem. You know, basically our government have gotten out of control, and we've allowed them due to jingoism, we've allowed them to use labels to mark people that they don't agree with or that don't agree with them. You know, it doesn't matter if you're talking about vaccinations, constitutional nationalism. You know, that was during the previous Democrat administrations. You know, everybody that was a constitutional nationalist was a damn domestic terrorist. You know, freaking even Maduro, narco terrorist. Even though we've shown demonstrably over and over that CIA was working with the Mexican or the Venezuelan army to smuggle the drugs. There was no proof that Maduro had a direct hand in it. All right, no, there was no more proof that Maduro had a direct hand in it than they had in Marco Rubio's brother being a drug kingpin here in Florida. Okay,
Yep.
Marco Rubio's family is involved in drug trafficking. So basically, it comes down to is you can only get to drug traffic if you are part of the right faction. All right, that's
Well,
basically what they're saying. But even the charges that they gave for Rubio or to Maduro were BS. They don't ship fentanyl. The cocaine, all right, let's just give it a maybe. But then they see, you know, they even throw in possession of machine guns, which, dude, he's the president of a foreign country. How the hell does our laws have anything to do with Venezuela? You know, all of it is basically, it's just basically a bunch of they're stirring up the public because they're too stupid to think for themselves, so that to allow them to go do whatever they want. And I'm not saying that Trump is the first guy to do this. I mean, this is going all the way. How many of our presidents haven't sidestepped the War Powers Act in order to attack somebody? You know,
They did that to themselves by passing the NDAA. They did that to themselves.
But again, we're talking also about the Monroe doctrine as well.
Well, you know, first of all, wait, hold up. When it comes to Congress, Congress doesn't need to be notified unless it's an act of war. Nobody's called for a war. Vietnam wasn't even a war. Okay.
An attack on a foreign country is an act of war. If China came and fucking bombed Washington D.C., that would be an act of war.
That's why they're trying to sell it as a law enforcement issue with the indictment.
When you declare war, there's a difference between an act of war and declaring war.
Yep.
When you officially declare war, that is when you need the approval of Congress. I hear people saying that all the time, like we had the Vietnam War, which the United States never declared a war. It was what they considered a police action.
We said the United Nations started the whole damn shit.
I was gonna say we had boots on ground in Syria. We never freaking declared war.
Right.
We've done it over and over again in many different ways. Never so clean as what was done in Venezuela. That was pretty clean. But on the other side of that, again, due to the NDAA. And again, this is something I have blown up about a million times on this show. I have discussed it. I have said, people, we are retarded. We're allowing them to pass a law, and of course, it was passed in the I guess you could say, the linked arms of both parties, because it gives them a blank slate to pretty much do whatever the hell they want. But every time they re-up it, it's always a 99 to 100% ratio of Congress. It's the one thing they bipartisanly agree on every time is the NDAA. Under the NDAA, is the initial review and then the additive view is defined narco-terrorism. And it gives them free reign to do whatever they want if you're declared a narco-terrorist.
Yep.
And sure enough, what did they declare Maduro? A narco-terrorist. They indicted him as a narco-terrorist. So now you've got an LEO aspect to it, as well as the NDAA backing up the president. And the Democrats really can't say shit about that, excuse the language, Mark, because honestly, they used the NDAA to take in the J6 people and hold them without charges for years. That was under the NDAA because they were what? They were terrorists by declaration.
Well, if you want to get technical about it with what they were doing here recently, you know, I mean, Trump came out and said straight up, it's like from this point on, anybody who's a drug trafficker is considered a terrorist. They were planning this way back.
Yep, exactly.
You know, I mean, and when you talk about countries that really need attention besides Venezuela, let's talk about Brazil. Let's talk about how much trade they've got going out with China in just soybeans.
Yep.
You know.
Yep. And again, it's how much trade do we have going out with China? I keep saying that, you know, we keep saying China, 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 yet here we export all of our Purdue chicken to China to be processed and sold back to us by China after they touched our food. Yeah, that's great. That's real good idea. Real smart. Brainiac thinking right there, let me tell you.
Sprinkled some poisonous drugs on it.
Yeah, and then you wonder why we're having all these like warnings, these recalls with like really insidious crap in the food that's being recalled. And it's like, well, wonder why that's happening. I don't know. It's been out processed. Has it been sent to another country to be processed and sold back to us? I mean, what the are we retarded? You know, are we open for bioterrorism today? Is that what's going on? I mean, it's like
because they don't have any regulations, do they?
No, it's not even that they don't.
They can do
It's
whatever
just
they want.
unbelievable the stupidity involved here, and it can't be seen as anything but purposeful stupidity, because I don't know anybody in their right mind who would process their food products, their meat food products to a country on the other side of the world. Literally, that's a hell of a flight. I hope they're freeze drying those things all the way over to the other side of the world to process them. So if they're freeze drying them with all their internal organs. That's an awesome idea. All the way over there.
Some salmonella. Yeah.
And then let's fly it all the way back to sit in our supermarkets for God knows how long to be sold.
Mm-hmm.
Think about that. It makes no sense.
So funny enough,
fresh,
I
Nancy, it's fresh.
I went down to my local supermarket only yesterday, and in one of the freezers, I just had to look at something. I think it was some chicken strips or something, and it stated on the front of the pack or back of the packet, produced and manufactured in Thailand.
Oh,
manufactured.
Yeah,
manufactured.
Fresh from England.
And it
Well,
said,
and I
it
gotta
said
tell you guys,
produced.
I think Trump turning the triangle upside down. I thought that again. One of my first thoughts was, well, he just cock-blocked Bill Gates with his damn 3D printed meat. I mean, although in Florida it's banned. You cannot buy Bill Gates meat products in Florida at all.
Mark said that
but
we are
Florida's
all fired.
We have done some pretty good things here in Florida. We've got, in fact, I wouldn't be surprised if I saw Ron DeSantis put up for president in 2028 by the Republicans, because he's done some damn good things here. Things that I would not have expected. It's like he came back from the presidential run and really locked down. I mean, he banned the chemtrails. He's banned the artificial meats. He has banned the vaccines. They're working on
Bitcoin. The computer.
Bitcoin.
Yeah. Bitcoin.
The digital currencies. Plus
Digital
now
currencies.
He's banning Bitcoins. Is that what you just said?
He's not banning Bitcoin. He's banning it from becoming basically a primary currency within.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
But they put it in now. Didn't he sign the executive order for we're able to use gold and silver?
Yes, that was what I was going to say next.
Yeah,
he has made gold and silver legal tender in the
Yeah,
state of
legal
Florida.
tender. Right.
And on top of that, basically they I told you guys they got rid of most of the vaccines in Florida, and they are working now to get it through where vaccines are not no vaccines are mandatory in the state of Florida. So he's doing big moves here.
Yeah, huge.
And like really huge. And it's like, wow, okay, so again, you got Trump in Mar-a-Lago, which is again Floridian, and you've got DeSantis making all these huge moves, and Trump is kind of following sync, slower, but in different ways.
There's something. Can I say something real quick that they?
Yeah, go for it.
They seem to mess this up, and censorship sucks, and I want to clarify this. And I keep saying it, and everybody doesn't seem to understand this. Okay, a person can run for president as many times as they want. They just cannot run after 2 consecutive, keyword consecutive terms.
Yep.
Okay.
So he can go for another term.
Right. He doesn't even have to have approval or anything. He had a break in between the first run, and now he can do 2 terms consecutively.
Back to back.
So.
Which is why I think the Democrats are pushing his health, which I think is hysterical.
That is
But
funny.
you know, the other side of things too is that he pulled us out of, I think it was 66 international organizations say in the UN. So
we don't want any part of them.
He's making like huge moves and very quickly. It's like we went into the new year and all of a sudden, bam, 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 all these things we've been waiting to happen for a decade now. We're seeing these moves happening at a very, very fast pace. And like I said to you, Vicky, you're seeing it the way I'm seeing it. Was, well, yep, this is exactly what we were told was going to happen. It would, once it started, it was going to come in rapid fire.
Right.
And it was going to be basically.
I still say
that
his ass is on fire though, because like, have you seen those redacted files they've got on the Epstein? It's a joke. Like they've got so much redaction on there, it's pathetic. And
I think that again, I think you're going to be surprised because I read the original articles where he turned state's witness against Epstein in his first trial. Okay, these articles were dated to the early 2000s.
I'm not even bringing that up. I'm just talking about the redactions. I mean, the redactions.
Oh, yeah.
There's more redactions on that file than there was on JFK.
But I think Pam Bondi. I really think Pam Bondi is going to be one of the people that goes down.
Yeah.
Her, Marco Rubio. There's a couple of them because I think she's being outed. Like she never filed the charges on the J6 committee. Those charges expired on January 6th this year. There was 5-year limitation.
Oh.
I thought they didn't.
Oh no, they expired.
Different things.
Yeah, no, they expired as of January 6th. It was exactly 5 years from the date of the initial thing.
And you know what she's being accused of. You know?
Oh, yes, and I know your husband's background.
I know,
and yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, that's the reason he's in this mess.
Yep.
And
so I mean, I really think she's being outed by her lack of action. And it's becoming very obvious to those of us who are watching that, okay, so you basically just shook off, you let them get away with it. Unless you wrap it into murder when it comes to Ashley Babbitt, unless you're going to go that route, because there is no statute on murder. But okay, we're going to go there. And I noticed the White House posted literally on the anniversary, they posted the video of Nancy Pelosi admitting it was her fault that the National Guard wasn't there. Yeah, they did. It's on the White House website. You can go find it. I was like, oh, yep, it's the actual video of her in her limo admitting that it was her fault that the National Guard didn't come in. So there's that. But it's like I said, the little things are happening, but
I still haven't seen Hillary Clinton locked up yet. Once I see Hillary Clinton behind bars,
First arrest might have been Maduro.
It should have been Hillary.
Brennan and Comey and
I don't know, guys. I still go the opposite direction with the first arrest. I'm wondering if it might be somebody like Elon Musk.
Hillary Clinton.
Honestly, I think it's going to be something that jars people where they're like, it's a shock. We expect Hillary Clinton. We expect Tony Podesta. These are names that we expect. And most people in any kind of newsworthy range or earshot of news would expect those arrests.
Trump loves
Okay.
Elon though, dude. Like they bicker and fight, and Elon gets a black eye, but dude,
I don't think it
they
would be.
It's a
love each
show.
other, dude.
I don't
Kayfabe.
think it would. I was going to say I don't think it would be Trump that
Kayfabe.
arrests him. I think he might get arrested by another country. I don't think it's going to be a U.S. arrest.
Well,
I
you know,
just have this feeling.
well,
I can
didn't
just
wasn't there
imagine
just a
Trump coming
post
into the
that
UK
just said
and get arrested just like that.
Can you imagine
Oh, guys,
Trump?
I'm looking at the
weren't there
time. Wait, whoa,
posts?
whoa, whoa, whoa! I'm looking at the time, guys. I gotta end the show. We're at 10:55 already. Holy crap!
Yep.
I did it again.
Yep.
All right, folks.
We said
I am
Cuban.
out of here for the night. I gotta make it quicker, or else Mark's gonna kill me. On behalf of everybody, good evening. Have a great night. We'll talk to y'all next Wednesday. I'm sure there's gonna be a lot more stuff to talk about. Sorry, it's been a little bit of a cluster, but it's been a crazy week. See y'all next week. Same bat time, same bat station for the Vixen's Vault. We're out of here.
Good night.
Are you all wanting to come back for an after show?
Yeah.
No,
great.
I'm exhausted.
All right.
Yeah, you
Yeah,
gotta
me
be.
too.
I was gonna say I gotta get you up early, Rafi. So it's up
Yeah.
to
Gotta
you.
wash my
Are you
hair.
gonna stick around?
I'll stay for a little bit. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm
I'll get
okay.
us going.
Yeah, I'll hang in-
Everybody
I'll
hang up.
hang
I'll
in
call
there.
you right back.
All right.
All right.
See y'all. Peace.
Okay, so let me get this set up. I believe they do have an after show. I just have to put everything in place. I messed it up again, didn't I? Yes, I did. So he should be calling me right back. Just give it a second, and I don't have to do anything. Just run my mouth a little bit. Put it back. Make sure I put it back on there. Okay.
I'm not going to call Raph in because he said he was already beat.
Oh no, he's wiped out. I mean, he
Yeah.
is really wiped out, and he's got to be up early tomorrow morning.
Yeah.
That
Wow,
was
Brent's in there. Want me to see if I can get Brent to come in?
Sure. It's up to
Yeah.
him.
He did sound tired, Nancy.
Yeah, he is literally wiped out. But he's had a really bad headache all day. Which
He's not coming down with
I-
that flu, is he?
I don't know because I was battling a headache a really bad migraine the last couple of days, and sinus issues. But I said to him,
I guess he's busy.
I don't know if it's got to do with, I mean, because it started when the fog started. So it could be pollen trapped in the fog. It could be
Yeah.
other things going on with the fog. Because I told you this is a weird fog. It is weird.
You know they
Yeah,
got
I
a movie
drove
after that.
I drove down to the Paynes Prairie a couple days ago, and there was no fog, and I got in the prairie, and it was full. It was so socked in, I couldn't believe it. But the highways were perfectly clear.
Clear.
I've never seen it like that. Yeah.
Yeah, this is
strange.
like something out of a horror movie. Like you can see
Yeah.
it rolling
That's what I
in.
was saying. There's a movie made that's about that. It's like
The
The
Fog.
Fog.
Yeah, I mean, it is literally, you can see it coming in. And of course, I'm only a half mile, and my house faces the west.
Beach.
So I'm
Oh.
facing the water. So it's like you can see the fog coming in off the coast, and it's literally rolling on top of each other. And it's like, oh crap. You know, that's not good. I hope I don't need anything tonight, because I am not driving in that with the old biddies who, you know, are coming home for whatever the hell they were doing this late at night. You know, bingo or whatever.
But hey,
You know,
Roger, wasn't that the movie that the fog would roll in and take everybody's souls, and then when they went
No,
back in?
it was the ghosts of the crew of a ship that had sunk.
It
Mhm.
was
Because
because
the lighthouse wasn't
in
working.
a way. There was tentacles everywhere too.
H.P. Lovecraft. I swear to God, dude, I am
I
so
love Lovecraft.
I'm so sick of testicles, though. It's just like every time you turn
Oh,
around,
dear
there's
God.
some kind of scary freaking movie with a whole bunch of testicles everywhere.
Come in.
Oh boy.
Or tentacles. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
boy.
Did I said that out loud?
Oh, you did.
Yes,
Tentacles. There's like, but you know what I'm saying? Like the tentacles are everywhere, and it's like all of a sudden here's a bunch of tentacles. Can't they come up with something scarier? Like, I mean, aren't you sick of hearing about octopuses coming up from out of the water? Like, stealing people off of ships and stuff. Like that's so freaking cliche.
That's
It
been
is
around
cliche.
for 100 years practically.
Oh, longer than that, you forget, release the Kraken.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's where that kind of stemmed out of. But and lo and behold, after all these years, everybody telling you that was just a myth. We find out that we actually do have these absolutely gigantic octopuses and squid.
Oh, the squids, yeah. Oh,
that,
yeah.
That reminds
Yep.
me of something. Mark Watashik, you need to talk to Jack because he was getting onto a good topic about Conan tonight. You did a stream during the break about the Hyperions and the actual myth behind it.
Yep.
Oh, whoa! Who's brushing their teeth on air?
Oh, sorry. That's me.
Airworthy.
He's making coffee. But you know which one I'm talking about, don't you, Mark? The stream that you did where it's talking about the Hyperions and the Black Sun myth.
Yeah, I got that. You can look that up on archives.org. That's where I got that from.
I'm saying tonight,
It's
Jack
old.
was talking about that with Conan. Point that out to him because like the Hyperions on Conan isn't the same as what you were showing. Because
it's similar but not the same.
I would have gotten more into that in my research, but it's some really, really dark stuff. I mean, you want to get dark, that's where you go. Like, have you guys ever heard of the Black Sun?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the Nazis talked about it all the time.
Yeah.
Oh, and the band Tiamat too. You ever listen to that one song called Light and Extension? The whole song's about the Black Sun.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Some pretty
And
intense
it's like one of
stuff.
my favorite songs from them. I don't know why, but anyways.
I don't know if he knows about that because he was talking about Conan, and then he was mentioning the reptilians.
Reptilians. Yeah.
And like that's like a really, really dark freaking Russian northeast European myth. It's where that all comes from. It gets real, real dark.
Yeah.
And I that's what got me kind of hooked into the whole darker side of these stories.
Now that we're on the after show, in language may go one way or the other. Good night, YouTube.
Good night.
Good night, Facebook.
Yeah, I was told not to say
Good
bad
night,
things to the
Telegram.
viewers.
Yeah, and let's see here. Who else might
John
be
said
upset?
that.
Oh, yeah. Party and Nemo. Good night.
John off of
It's interesting because if you want to talk about like the serpent myths, I mean, even look at the Sumerian serpent myths.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
I mean, what was it? Shita? Was that Shita? I think it was Shita, which was the guardian of the underworld of the heavens, like almost like a Cerberus type deal, but it was a serpent.
Yep.
And it's interesting because the way it got kind of, I guess you could say it could be good or bad. It was like I don't know how you put it, but it was kind of an in-between type deal, like a balance type situation with the Sumerians. But it literally linked to the Tree of Life. It guarded the portal to the Tree of Life.
Yeah.
Which makes it interesting because the way the Christians define it, the serpent invaded the Tree of Life. Because I always looked at the Garden of Eden's, the tree, the apple picked from the tree, was basically, that was the Tree of Life. It was like a representation of the Tree of Life. And it was the serpent that supposedly invaded and tempted Eve and da-da-da-da. But I thought, wow, you can actually take that and mix that with the Sumerian tales because if
that's
the serpent
Ninurta
was the
too.
guardian,
Yeah.
When she
yeah,
went
the
down
serpent
to
was the guardian. Yeah.
If you look at Ninurta, I think that's how you pronounce it. She went into the underworld to lament her lover or something, and when she went through the gate, they made her take off her clothes. When she went through the next part,
Oh,
they
no,
made her take off her uniform
that's an honor.
or her jewelry. when she went through another. There was 7
Portals.
gates that she had to go
Yep.
through, and each gate, she had to take something off.
That's
And
that's
then-
it. That's Ishtar.
And then they
and
passed
Inanna.
judgment on her. All right.
Her sister was
she-
was the one
it-
you're talking about, the one that hung her at the end. Like she,
Yeah,
she
they hung her. They hung her like meat.
yes,
It says.
Yep.
by chains,
Yep.
and that's why.
I mean, like it's
go ahead.
it's like I said, it's very, but I find it very interesting how you can go all the way back thousands of years
Mhm.
and find all of these. I don't even think they're symbols. I think there's more to it than that. I think there's a lot more to mythology than we think. But it again, are we talking about a bloodline? Are we talking about an actual, like a hybrid type human, a chimera? I mean, what are we talking about? Are we talking about a different breed from a different place? I mean, I know a lot of people go to outer space and say they were aliens. They were aliens, but I kind of think about inner space and think, were they transdimensional?
Mhm.
Because that makes more sense to me. I mean, there's so many different directions you can go to with the serpent. And, again, I believe actually the Sumerian serpent, wasn't that a double-headed? Isn't that the conical kind of based off that, the medical symbol?
The
Caduceus.
okay,
Yeah.
Thought it was Babylonian.
That's where you get all this
Yeah,
stuff
the
for
snake.
Hermes too, and the Hermetic law and all that other good stuff.
Yep.
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 So-
Harm none.
have you ever heard of
Okay.
Ninersag?
No.
Ninersag was the consort of Enki. She's the mother.
Okay.
She's the mother goddess. She's the one. She's associated with like the earth and the mountains, things of that, and childbirth. So like
Okay.
she's strange because she's depicted as like a horned. She has a horned headdress.
I have to look something up real quick before I say this. Hang on one second. How? I went on this kick about 20 years ago. In fact, I think I knew. I don't know, Mark. I'm not sure if I knew you at this
Yep.
time. But okay,
Mark?
you may know where I'm going with this. Mark Wojtaszek.
Yeah, me.
You may know where I'm going with this. When I went on I had some really strange things occurring, like coincidences that I could not accept as coincidence. It was just too weird. And one of the things was I had decided to get a very specialized tattoo that I had drawn.
I remember. that.
And I wanted to, above the tattoo or into the tattoo, I wanted runes, certain rune symbols, but I wasn't sure what the symbols were. I just knew what words I wanted them to represent. So I go to the tattoo artist and I gave him my drawing. I was like, I want this on the base of my neck. And I said, but I want, hope, faith, and knowledge, basically in runes. And when we looked up the runes, this is the strangest thing. He did it, and I didn't really look. I just said, just put them inside the hoop, the triquartus hoops, and emblazon them inside in whatever order you want. And when I went and looked at the tattoo when it was done, the runes are actually a very rudimental. It's my initials,
Yep.
which I was like, what the hell? Okay, that's really weird. Couldn't kind of
which
gave me
is-
goosebumps.
Which is also the name of the goddess that you were
well-
looking at the time.
Okay, so this was
well.
this was so fucked up. So I'm looking at like, whoa, I'm looking at these different like Sumerian goddesses and different things, and I just on a fluke, I'm like, I put in what, is there any Sumerian goddess that, basically I put my name in, and is there anything that kind of gets close to my name? And sure enough, Nancy comes up, Nanshee. All right, so now I'm getting goosebumps again. I'm like, oh, come on. So I go to look at what she's the goddess of. She was the goddess of water and prophecy. And one of her representations is the fox. I had taken the vixen as my nickname, as part of my nickname, because of the fox, the etymology and the history of the fox in my family. Okay, it has nothing to do with anything sexual. It's a female fox. And I always knew it would be played both ways. And I used to say to Mark, sex sells, but that's not what it's about. It is literally about the female fox in my genetics, in my family lineage. So, or not my genetics, my family lineage. So here I am looking at this definition of this goddess in Samaria, and I'm like, you got to be kidding me. I mean, literally, I'm a Piscean. So the water thing, yeah, rings true. I'm considered a prophet in many ways because I have prophetic dreams. This is just, I had goosebumps. I am not joking. So bad when that was occurring. So anything Sumerian, I dig into. Mark will tell you that because of that connection. And I still to this day, I still think, God Almighty, is there something in my genetics? Is there something that's like a genetic memory or something that goes back that triggered that? Because it was just so weird and it all happened all at once. And I was like, I remember saying to Mark, something is going on. I'm supposed to be like, this is like a wake up call to me or something. Something's kicking me in the head because there's no way there's no coincidence on the planet that makes that happen all at once.
You had a lot of
So,
prophetic dreams right after that as well.
oh my God, it was like a tidal wave. It was crazy. It was like, and I still to this day, I get so many, I write them down and I just kind of hold on because at this point,
It was
I'm
shortly
floating with
before
it.
that's when you started the dream journal.
Yep. Well, and you forget, I had seen the tsunami that had occurred, the big tsunami. I think that was in 05. I had definitely dreamt that coming. Oh God, 9/11. I had dreams about 9/11 before that happened. Katrina was the big one because Katrina, I was literally in the Ghost Hunters chat every night with a group of my moderators, like late at night when it wasn't, there's only maybe a couple hundred people there. It wasn't like thousands of people. And we would hold these like really in-depth conversations in the middle of the night. And here I am relaying these weird ass dreams I'm having that was working like a novel. It was like literally like when one event would occur, I would get a new part to the dream. So an old part would fall off and a new part would add on. But it was all, I thought, metaphorical. Oh, yeah, no. Nope. A lot of it was not metaphorical. A lot of it was directly, but it was just so random. I couldn't connect it until the event actually happened. And it was Katrina. That was the event. But I mean, I was shown like red silos and, like the underground gas lines in in the south, east along that cusp and going up towards Illinois. The CDC buildings. I mean, it was crazy things I would never have associated to a hurricane until like we were about, I think it was when she had crossed over Miami. That's when I began to suspect. I was like, uh-oh. And literally like right, I think it was 2 days before she hit, my last time I had that dream, the last segment added on. And it was dolphins in a swimming pool. And I literally remember waking up going, what the hell am I supposed to do with that? I'm trying to get my dream journal going. I have no clue why I suddenly have dolphins in a swimming pool, but it's just as random as the first part of the dream, which was a completely faceless Mount Rushmore. I couldn't figure that out either. I was like, in the very beginning, when I first started the dream, that was how my dream starts every time, was a faceless Mount Rushmore. And about 2 weeks into the dream, I go to open up my AOL, because yes, this was during AOL time. And it says, welcome, you've got mail. And of course, the face screen shows up for AOL. And the whole face screen is a picture of Mount Rushmore with no faces. And underneath is the headline, Mount Rushmore to get facelift. And it wasn't part of Katrina, but I'm like, oh my God, okay, so I knew it right away, like instinctively. I was like, the countdown is on. That's a timer. So whatever's coming now, we're on a timer. It's going to be here in, I believe that time I called it at 2 weeks because everything runs in twos with me. So it like the last dream occurred 2 days before Katrina hit. It's a pattern with me, and it's something I've always known about my dreams. Mark will tell you that. So yeah, that was like Katrina was probably one of the craziest experiences I've had with dreams. The volcano eruption down in Haiti, that was another real bad one because I was actually there in the dream and I was breathing in the ash from the eruption in the dream. And Raphael said, I mean, I totally stopped breathing in my sleep. He had to like, he had to literally slap me to get me conscious, and I came up swinging. So those are when I say you do not wish to have this to people. I say it very sincerely. This is it's kind of a nightmare
Well,
because I am never shown nice things.
you want me to tell you what I learned about foxes when it came to like well, for Ninhursag, she
Mhm.
no when you see Ninhursag on a lot of these depictions, you'll see her accompanied with a fox. Okay.
Really?
Yeah, and they're usually her companions, and what they do is they're the ones who actually well, they're sacred animals, and they're also her messengers.
Oh
And
God! Now you're giving me goosebumps again.
now there's also, have you ever heard of a god called Isker?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Foxes are supposed to be portrayed as tricksters, but they're also supposed to be like cunning, very cunning in nature, according to the Sumerians. And they have a lore where a fox was it was portrayed as a cunning hero, and it ended up saving the storm god Isker. And that's something that I thought was pretty interesting whenever you were talking just now, because Isker is really important when it comes to thunder and storms and things of that nature.
Isn't that interesting? Because I have an affinity to storms.
Mhm.
Most people are terrified of storms. Nope. I'm that idiot standing out there watching the lightning, feeling the wind in my hair, and just I always say they empower me. Like I can feel the energy coming through me when there's a storm coming in.
And
And I love it.
the weird part about Ninhursag, okay, is if you remember going over the stuff that Sitchin used to talk about, okay, Ninhursag was the mother goddess who was in the creation stories. Now, what the archaeologist says and what Stitchin says are two different things, but he makes a good point. If it was genetically modifications, and you listen to the creation stories according to the Sumerians, you can't tell me that there's no way. It's just too similar, you know what I mean? Because there actually were more than one versions of humans made.
Correct. Yep.
Ninhursag gave birth over and over again until they got it right.
Yep. And then actually, I've always said that actual creation tale by the way it was translated by Sitchin, it kind of makes sense
She was
when you look at the when you look at all of the mythology worldwide, pretty much all of it. You have what we consider chimera type creatures.
Mm-hmm.
All of it. Every single every single ancient myth group, every culture has these inbreeds. All of them. So to say that, like the Mayans on this side of the planet and the Egyptians are all going to follow that same train of thought and have these half serpent, they all have their chimeras.
Yep, Quetzalcoatl and Thoth.
Yep.
Well,
Yep. I mean,
aren't they
oh,
human? I mean, Gilgamesh was part human, but aren't they a result of mating between the
well, no. By mythology, no. They are literally there's result of mating gods. That's the way it's described. I mean, they're considered gods themselves.
One thing I wanted to get more into, and this is something that really has tripped me out when it comes to chimeras. Vicky, in the book of Genesis, what guards?
I'm a chimera.
What guards the gates of Eve or Eden?
The angels.
The chimeras are was what I was told. I haven't gone back and checked it, but it was the chimera who were the ones who were supposed to have guarded it.
Well, they're angels, but if you ever look at how the angel is described in the Bible, they're really
It's a
freaky
chimera.
looking. Well,
They're a chimera. I know. It's funny because John D actually kind of pointed that out. And that's another one when you start looking at the language that he wrote.
Oh.
It's
but the language you
oh,
have to look
dude.
at what the angel is. I mean, have you
Yeah.
seen those
It's not
things with the
beautiful.
four? No, they're ugly. They got
Yeah.
1,000 eyes.
Yep.
They got all these arms.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's
So,
weird. It's
but they're
weird.
still part of the. They're angels. I mean, they're Elohim. They're the what they call the sons of God.
I was picking on Raph the other day because he says he's going to be taking a break until August or February, and I told him it was too bad that he was doing that because I'm planning on doing an episode of my shows about the Sagya or the Sagya, however you say that. It's the ciphers that John D used, and these are like dark
Yep.
ciphers. Like that, there's warnings in it telling you that you do not want to use this if you're not spiritually prepared.
And that's why I kind of think that D may have linked it to something interdimensional, because whenever we say dark, I always thought this too. When you say evil, when you say dark, is it dark and evil, or is it something from a different dimension that in their dimension it wouldn't be defined that way, but in our dimension it definitely is, because your perception of reality is in accordance to your location and your surroundings.
Well, you don't know what you're coming in contact with.
Right.
That's why they say don't
Right.
mess with
That's
the
why
demonic.
you never mess with, but even interdimensionals, you don't mess with something you don't understand. And I've always said that. I don't guys, I'm as pagan as they come, but I would never touch a Ouija board. Not in a million years would you even get me in the same room with a fucking Ouija board.
Well, that's good.
Well, see,
And it's funny because I've been like that since I was a
They
child.
could be bad. They could be real bad. those Ouija
I
boards.
personally feel
not.
that John D was deceiving the people around him because, like, he said they were angels, but I personally think they were actually the good daemon. Okay, because look at what
The djinn?
happened. The good daemon that are practiced with the Phoenicians and the
I always thought they were a rendition of the djinn, though.
No,
That's why I said that.
I'm waiting for Jack to start talking about Saint Christopher,
oh god,
because Saint Christopher was a dog man.
yeah.
All right, he's described as like a 7-foot tall dog man.
Yep.
You know what? I've got another.
Now hold on. Now, if he was a dog man and dog men are part of the Nephilim, how could he be a saint?
Yeah.
Because there's no grace for Nephilim.
Yes, you're right. Very good.
And guess what? I came out with a new freaking episode. Besides that, it's also going to be coming out. It's called The Book of Maxwell, The Gospels of Folgers.
Oh.
Chapter 3, verse 5.
Best part of waking
section
up?
2.
It's Folgers in your
No, see, I don't know if I'm on the same wavelength as Roger is right now.
And as one and his donkey came down from the mountain, bearing the gifts of their labor. All right,
Beans.
huge sacks of beans that was bestowed upon him.
On
And the
Valdez.
poor donkey fell during the earthquake, and the beans washed into the geysers. And poor one didn't know what to do. So when the geyser shot up in the air, he held out his hands, and the sacred coffee came down in drips in his hand. And he was blessed.
Yeah.
And he licked it and tasted it like it was from heaven. Of course it was from heaven.
boy.
It came from the sky. All right. And he was energized and motivated to take their rest down to the mountain and share with them. So saith the Book of Maxwell House
Yeah, it's
by
thinking
St.
about
Folgers, verse
Oh,
4,
boy.
chapter 5, section 3.
Now I edited that part a little bit. What I did is I made it to where God said unto him, drink, partake of the first
Partake
cup.
of- Okay.
Because I was like, dude, that is a momentous moment of
It was a
joy.
momentous moment. He
And
You
was,
so-
said moment. You said omen.
it wasn't an omen. It was moment. A momentous
like-
moment.
you know, like, and then at the end of every story I do with Juan, I'm gonna do it where freaking I'm gonna say that the
But
coffee
I will tell
tasted
you
different.
this. I will tell you
Interesting.
this from the followers of that came some, other cultists in there.
Oh
and
yeah,
they messed up the beans
yes,
and they took out
The human
the
being.
spirit of the bean. All right.
mhm.
And it was decaffeinated, and that was sacrilegious. So
Yes.
saith me, who
I
used
agree
to
with
be a
that.
pope
I have that
of
covered.
Java.
I have that covered. Juan is being followed by robots that are watching him from a distance.
Oh boy.
It's very creative.
No.
So when are these beans going to be planted and then
No,
you
he was
climb up
being-
and find
he
a
was-
giant?
Sonya's not there.
He
Oh,
was
that's
wa-
awesome there.
he was
Guys, I'm gonna jump off. My dog is like yipping right now because I don't know why, because he just let her out, but he's
We
trying
were-
to sleep. So let me
we-
jump off.
we
I
were
will be
talking
back on
about-
if I can.
we were
All
talking
right.
about
See you
Folgers.
next week.
All right.
Night.
Take care. I'm working on edits right now. Still working on the very first show.
It's just something about Folgers, the gospel of Folgers. When we start talking about that,
Saint
things start
Folgers.
happening. Saint Folgers,
Yeah,
yeah.
Saint Folger.
Saint Folgers.
We
Yeah.
we never
Yeah,
get a
and-
chance.
And don't forget, there's a couple other books. The Prophet
cute.
Nescafe and Sanka.
One
That's
at a
right.
time, dude. One at a time.
Yeah, because
Good-
Sanka,
Nescafe. Does that sound like Nakash?
Yeah,
Like
Nescafe.
Nakash is the serpent.
Nescafe, he was a follower of Juan. Okay.
Mhm.
And but he took his practice in cult in crew down into the deserts where everything was dry. So and then it got cold at night, so that's how they got freeze dried coffee. All right. And
I was just going to ask you, is that the freeze dried?
and then the prophet Sanka, all right,
Sanka.
was a sailor. All right, he had a boat,
Sanka.
and he was a follower of Saint Juan, and he tried to transport too much over across the waters, and it couldn't be parted any other way, and he sank it. That's how he got the name Sanka. All right, because the boat
That's really
sank
cute.
in the water. All right.
Do you have
There's
graphics
no
to go with
clause. All
Does
right.
that mean that Costa and Starbucks are holy places?
Starbucks isn't real
They're
coffee.
churches.
That's not
yeah, that's
real
right.
coffee.
That's
That's
right.
that's
Oh,
not
yeah,
real
that's-
coffee.
Get
that's
him,
that
get him,
thing,
Mark.
right?
Get him,
It's not real coffee.
get him.
Nescafe's more actually more real than Starbucks. All right, don't give me that. I know.
Okay. So
right.
is it from South America or Yemen? 'Cause,
Huh? That was
Yemen is
this,
where the cocoa beans.
this is back in Pangea. All
Oh,
right,
okay,
and
right
you can
there.
just walk across.
Yeah, you got to think
All right.
outside the box. We're talking
Yeah.
about.
He they just got out of the garden, for crying out loud. all
That's right. You know, this is back when coffee beans were coffee beans, and you.
That's right.
You know.
And they weren't
they
genetically
were over in
modified
Yemen.
either, like marijuana plants
Yeah, that's
and
right.
poppies. All
That's
right,
Uh-huh.
and poppy plants. All right,
We're talking
They-
about the real
they
stuff.
were pure. They were pure.
Right.
And blessings from God that empowered you. And when you partaketh of it, It gives you energy and motivation so that you can move on to the next thing.
Yes.
Right.
Because that's what God wants you to do.
He wants you to just keep moving and
Moving.
follow the road. Follow the
That's
road
right.
and don't stop.
Don't stop.
Just-
And
Right.
keep drinking. The only
Yes.
time you're allowed to stop, the only time you're allowed to stop is to sleep and to use the bathroom.
And
all
drink
right?
coffee.
Or
And you better have your cup in there if you are a devout follower like me.
That's right.
I see. You need to make some graphics to go on because this is really funny.
I've started the comics. The comics is actually in the chat section. If you go scroll through there, you'll see them where Juan first encounters the beans falling from the sky. And
No, the earthquake shook it from the tree
that's right.
as God spoke his thunderous language
It
to
shook it.
him. Shook it from the tree. All right.
Mhm.
And it
Okay.
fell, and he told him to pick it up and put it in sacks. And what could one do but listen to the words of God?
He did it because it was there.
No, it was the word of God in his thunderous voice.
I'm
Boom!
See,
And
nobody ever gets the mountain story right because sometimes some people believe that he went up there to pray, and some people believe he went up there to work.
actually, the real story about it is, and don't tell nobody is, see, one was having problems with his wife at the time. He just wanted to get away. All right.
Mhm.
He wanted a place that was peaceful, quiet, and he knew that the only loyal animal that he had was his donkey that could get him that far away from all his problems. And he became a great man because he got away from his wife and went up to the mountain.
Yes, but did he share the fruit of his labor? And
No,
what happened then? Okay, so no, he did
No.
not tempt. He did not.
he was
tempt
not
his wife.
tempted. He was he was only tempted to go back because she said, if you don't come back by a certain time, there won't be any food on the table for you, and your stuff will be outside. And if this list isn't taken care of, now, like the trash, you're gonna need to take that trash out, Juan, because if you don't take that trash out, I'm not gonna do it. She told him.
Trash passes.
She had that rolling pin in her hand when she told him that.
And
We forgive those trash passes for those.
Yeah,
who
you
pass
could
trash
you could
against,
see
okay?
the devil in her.
yes. Yes.
That's why he did not share the fruit
Of his
of
labor.
labor.
He did
Right.
he did not allow her to partake in
That's correct.
in the offerings that was
He got a
delivered.
little sidetracked on the way down. All right, he fell, hit his head a couple times. All right, we're he's allowed. This is a miracle that happened from God, for crying out loud. All
Yeah,
right,
but he didn't give him a coffee enema, so that was good.
Well, I had to make
Right?
an edit too there
Coffee?
because
They exist.
I had to make an edit there too because like we had to make it to where Willie can do the voice of the donkey. So whenever he like the donkey drops the beans out of the bag, that's when the donkey first speaks because he ended up being there and he witnessed this
Miracle.
this miracle, this glorious
Miracle.
moment
Yeah.
where the beans
Yes.
went into the geyser and it created this holy freaking elixir that God said partake of the first cup, and Juan took the cup into his hands and he drank it with love, and he drank it with righteousness because he knew.
And he was filled with
What
so much
did he-
energy that he
Did he
danced
drink it with the
around
milk? Human kindness?
in circles so many times that he fell off the cliff.
This
and
is
the poor donkey had to come down and pick him up and carry him back. when he got home, she thought his wife thought that he was drunk again, but he wasn't. He fell off the mountain, and of course he's going to have like a concussion or something like that. And she didn't believe him. All right. No, she just thought he got roughed up and was fighting again, but no, that didn't happen. All right. He fell off the mountain. It was all an act of God, you know, a
Well,
terrible coincidence.
Funny that you
All
said
right.
that too, because like the words that I had the donkey say was, "This is where things start getting bad." And whenever he went down to get the beans and stuff, I made it to where the donkey just said, "This is where things get bad."
Now, where does the scantily the mistress with the very few clothes on, where does she enter?
What?
He's back in the Garden of Eden. It's over.
That didn't
Scantily
happen.
clad
That
mistress of
didn't
Juan
happen in
Valdez.
this one. All right, that's in another book.
Yeah, that's called
Well, I'm glad
Playboy.
you asked Willie Lee to
That's
be
in
the voice
another
of the
book.
donkey, and not a
That's
bass.
another book.
I let the cat out of the bag. Have for the next book.
Yeah, you have to get to the second book. All right,
Well,
She's back in the Garden of
David,
Eden.
come on.
that
Oh man.
I
Well,
thought-
with all that
I thought
coffee,
you
he's
were
got
a
it.
devout coffee drinker and knew all about this too. Come on, David.
He's got to have all this energy. He's got to have somebody else beside his wife on the side.
no, see the thing of it
Not
is
yet. Not
he
yet. That comes later.
you got to remember
That comes
he
later.
has to walk the road, okay? So from this point on, because he's drank that coffee, he has to constantly walk the road, and he can never stop, okay? He has to walk, and as he walks, he drinks his coffee because he has it in his backpack, so he knows where the cup is. Okay, and his job is now to walk the path, the ever bending path that freaking always changes directions. He must walk it, and I mean literally walk it.
Yeah, but he has to pull the donkey.
Right, the donkey is always with him, and it
Always.
always.
And his wife, she didn't get any
She left him.
because she looked.
She
well,
left him. She left him because when
she
she
looked
what
back and
happened
turned
was
into a pillar of salt, other than freeze dried.
she didn't turn into a
No,
pillar of
No,
salt.
no,
And
no.
she
Pillar of
wasn't
coffee.
sweet as sugar either to be put in there.
Now,
And-
see,
and-
you put the
and-
milk
and
of
there-
human
and
kindness
she
in
was
there.
too old to have milk. All right.
We're talking about coffee, not human kindness. Okay, we're talking about the elixir of life.
Right. Well, I'm glad you asked Willie to be the donkey and not.
Dude,
a-
I was so happy when he said that he'd be willing to do it. And then, like,
Is the donkey going to be a male or female?
it's going to be a male.
That's a scantily clad.
Yeah, well, donkeys don't wear that much anyways.
That's
Yeah.
right.
They'll have a
Their
blanket
rafters
over
hang
it,
out.
over it with a saddle on it for carrying the beans.
That poor donkey. I'm telling you.
Very creative.
I'm telling you, that's
That's
going
the
to.
reason why they call it a beast of burden. All right.
Well, the good thing is we made Willie the
The good
donkey.
thing.
We made him the donkey. We didn't make him the one. If we would have made him
Didn't
one,
ask him.
you know,
Made him.
Right.
like,
But I was saying,
He was commanded by God.
yes.
but see, Willie could be the donkey, and you don't have to ask a bass.
What
to be the
what really you didn't know, okay, was that same donkey. His lineage goes all the way back to Bethlehem.
Yes.
All right.
Oh, he
Right.
was the one.
In
the manger.
It went one
In the manger?
one of his kin actually carried Mary to the manger.
There we go.
Okay, the manger is where she put the baby. The
Right.
manger is where the animals eat
Right.
out of.
She was pregnant and rode one of his one
Right.
of the donkey's kin. All right.
Right.
Direct relatives. Just I mean, You can't get around, it, because
Nope,
there has to be the lineage. All
that's
right,
right.
right.
A royal
I'll
lineage
tell
of
you right
that.
now, this story is going to be so epic, okay? And I mean,
Yeah,
it is. I'm talking about weirdo
epic.
epic, okay? I mean, like I'm
Mhm.
talking,
Spielberg is going to make a movie out of it.
dude.
Yeah, I was going to say who saw the film,
Shrek.
Mike.
This is so weird that
Shrek, the
freaking
next big.
Spielberg wouldn't even put his hands on it, okay? Okay. Now the thing about Juan is I'm gonna make it out to where like the narrator when the narrator is sharing the story, it's gonna say that those who followed him did not see the table, which the table is kind of like
A water
cy-
table.
no, it's a cipher that's printed on the road that he's constantly walking. Okay, and it causes
Oh.
it messes up the robots, and this is where
Why
it,
does
He's not
it have to have
percolating?
robots?
the
There was no robots back
well
then.
the robots have to come in so that freaking
Percolating.
Well, why don't you say golems then?
no
Not
Yeah,
robots. The machine,
on.
the machines. We'll just call them the machines.
That sounds good.
The automatons
Okay, those but those who
made by Jewish gynecologists. All right, there we go.
but those people who followed one, they didn't see these tables, okay? Because if you see them, bad things happen to you, okay? And the ones who didn't freaking follow him, the ones who turned back, okay?
Oh, you're doing the lot thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Turns into the pillar of freeze dried, right?
No, turns into
Or
turns
freeze.
into the mound turns into the mound of sweet sugar.
Yeah.
Okay. No milk of human
And-
kindness there, huh?
Now these tables, they appear on the road as he's walking, okay? And as if anybody sees these tables, just bad things happen to him. It messes robots up, or not robots, machines. The machines,
The
you know,
machine.
all of it. Okay, just bad things happen to you. And Juan is constantly walking this road, okay? And he that's all he does. He
It's a long and winding road too,
Right. right.
With
And the
really
road
think you should
Making a winding
percolate in
turn.
that.
and the road just keeps
He just who
moving.
knows where.
And it just keeps moving, man. It just keeps moving. Okay. And while all of this stuff is going on, the coffee still tastes wrong, and no one agrees
Here.
why. No one agrees why. Everybody has their own story about why the coffee doesn't taste right.
Oh.
But nobody can agree on why it doesn't taste right. Like everybody has their own theories. Like this is why and that's why, but nobody really knows why the coffee tastes wrong. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Which brings more of a plot to the story, dude. It just brings it to a whole new level, like Mark was talking
Like
about.
something percolating, right?
No, like Mark was talking about, like that evil doer who made coffee taste bad. That
Shankai.
Yeah.
General Shankai. Yeah.
Nice check.
General
Thank
Shankai.
you.
Yeah. No. Because
Nice check.
yeah, General Shankai. All right. He loved tea and he wanted to take and
Very good.
yeah, go against the rule of law,
Yeah.
Can't do that, You have to, you
So
have
he was
to
committing
follow.
treason with tea, right? Treason.
Right, he's trying to tempt people with tea. See, this is where the voice of Mark comes in. All right, not my Mark, not me, but Edworthy, because he's got that English accent. All right, so
The
yeah,
royal mark.
yeah. So and he's gonna say it's got to be green, it's got to be proper, it's got to be breakfast, it's got to be it has to be like proper English morning breakfast tea or something like that.
Workers' tea. That's what
Yeah,
we call it
breakfast
in
tea.
this country.
Yeah.
The
Okay,
coffee
hold on.
thing is
Okay.
only because Americans subverted it.
Okay, hold
if
up.
it wasn't for Americans, it would be all, it would be green tea.
Let me break all this down because we have to stick to the Gospels of Saint Folgers. Okay, you have activators. Okay, now the first activator is the one who confirmed alignment. Okay, he was the one who initiated it and said that everything was ready. Okay, then you had activator 2. Okay, who was the one who said that everything feels dormant. So whenever
This is not hair dye either.
activator 2 said
Oh,
that
come
things
on
didn't
now.
feel
I thought it
dormant,
was going to be percolated or drip. All
Ac-
right.
There you go. You gotta
activator
work in the percolated.
activator
gotta-
3
The-
says
the best
finished.
coffee comes from perked coffee. All right, where you see that thing go beep, doot, 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 at the top. Oh man, that's the best coffee there is.
But activator
disagree.
3 says
You know,
finished.
perambulate and percolate. Kind of sound
you
like
take
feather.
drip coffee, you're just a drip. All right.
Best
No.
coffee I've found is AeroPress manufactured.
Oh, you're pressing
AeroPress,
coffee. Oh yeah, yeah.
AeroPress.
Yeah.
He likes the press.
Pressed
He likes
coffee.
a French
Yeah.
press.
Yeah,
French
French press. So how many
The
frogs
Colombian
went
press.
at that coffee?
Okay, I'm gonna start over. Activator 1 says activate.
Or is it just a slime off the top, Mark?
Activator 2 says, did it respond? It always asks that, did it respond? And then activator 3 says, no, something else did. Okay? That's when activator 2 turns around and says, I already said that. Then activator 1 says, you haven't yet. And then activator 3 says, stop, please stop.
Oh.
That sound good?
Yep.
Okay.
Now,
Far too
now,
late
if you
these
say
days.
I
the
think Mark needs some
coffee,
coffee.
if the coffee doesn't taste good, maybe the donkey is eating the beans or swallowing them.
Oh no,
And
no,
then
that comes from monkey poo.
Or cat.
You have
And-
to feed monkeys the
Yeah,
coffee beans
okay,
sometimes.
okay.
to
And then
have
they
them ferment in their.
excremented it out the end,
Yeah,
and then you
but
wash
those
them off.
But there's a special process for that.
That's right. Yep.
Okay,
Yeah.
now
I'm not getting into that one right now. All right.
Yeah, okay. That's
that,
in
that
Mark's
gets
book.
that gets
that's
deeper.
That's a hidden secret
You want to
of
hear
the
it?
sex.
You want to
Okay,
hear it?
I can't divulge that
Here,
information.
I'll tell you what the information is. Records list all as present, then records list all as absent.
Absinthe.
They
Well,
no
I never
longer
put
use the
absinthe
word
in my coffee.
activation.
Well, that would make it nasty.
They no longer
I
use
would.
the word activation. They substituted mistake. Is what they did. Okay, so records list all as present, and records list all as absent. They no longer use the word activation. They substituted mistake. But you guys over did that make any sense? Everybody went quiet, dude. Shit,
Yeah,
I'm a little
yeah,
distracted
Roger, you're
because
getting
I'm
too
still.
carried away now.
We're cogitating
Yeah,
on it. We need some coffee to think about it.
I'm telling you, dude, it's gonna be a hit. It is going to be. I mean, dude, come on. This is a coffee freaking story, dude. You know what I'm saying? It's like that's the kind of shit you talk about when you're all strung out on caffeine at 4 o'clock in the morning. You know what I mean?
Or like me now.
Yeah, like Mark
Yeah.
everything.
You know?
Now, is it Sir Folger, like a soldier, or is it Saint Folger?
It's
Saint Folgers.
Saint Folger.
Saint.
It's Folger's coffee.
That's right.
Saint Folger.
From the Book of Maxwell.
Saint Folger.
It's from the book of Maxwell House.
Mhm.
Everybody knows that. Come on.
That's just like common knowledge. Duh.
Yeah.
common knowledge.
What if? What if?
Yeah, even David knows that one, right, David? It's
Yeah,
common
yeah.
knowledge.
Common knowledge.
Common knowledge. Yeah.
That's not carnal knowledge, it's common.
No,
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 that
it's common.
carnal knowledge, that's something that,
Something else.
yeah,
We call
Roger
those
knows
we
about,
call
you
those
know.
anal beads, not anal beans.
Yeah, I was trying to think what you got to do with. Yeah, yeah.
Oh my God, you guys.
Ah, please.
But yeah,
And you know we're still broadcasting on Kick and Twitch
Oh.
and a few other places.
Is that right?
You know,
have you
I don't
actually
know about you guys. I really don't. But hey,
have
it
you
is what it is.
have you actually gone in there and watched some of those freaking Kick channels yet?
Kick channels? Yeah, I watch quite a few Kick channels.
They keep kicking me out, dude.
Gee, I wonder why.
Well, I mean, I keep telling these girls, I'm like, why the hell are you down on your knees, freaking, like, mopping the floor in a freaking pair of underwear? Go get up and go freaking make some
videos are you
food and
watching?
shit, dude. You know what I mean? It's like, do something constructive. Why the hell are you sitting down on the ground in, like, a pair of underwear, freaking sweeping the floor when you should be, like, going and doing something constructive? You know what I mean? They make money off that stuff.
They do.
I suspect if I looked at your browser history, I would be really, really scared.
Well, you can't deny. You
No.
can't. Well, maybe on Kick you can not see them if you avoid like the main page that they put you on. But
No,
like,
you can if you don't want to watch swimming pools, bikinis, and hot tubs and bikinis and things like that, you can turn that off.
how do you do it?
There's a setting in
Nope.
in your deal.
You don't know where the settings are.
Yes, I do.
Said settings, not software.
Freaking Twitch, man, I still haven't been able to figure out how to do it on there. Like, and there, it's like they got these IRL is what they call it, in real life, or just chatting, which I put mine on. But you put them on there, man, and that's where most of them are, or just hanging out. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's IRL is a lot of hangouts or people traveling and going from place to place
So, but
Day
on
tripping.
Kick.
I guess what I should have said is like you shouldn't, you shouldn't have a 53-year-old man freaking see shit like that because they're gonna say something stupid to a freaking young girl. Like, you know what I mean? Like, are you serious? Do you actually make money off that shit? You know, like, because that's all they do. They like do weird shit like that, like clean houses. And these people just get on there and they'll watch freaking videos of women cleaning houses.
Everybody needs a hobby.
They're making more money than you at it.
That's what I'm saying, dude. I'm jealous, actually. All right. DK said, "Sup everyone in the chat for my channels." So he said, "Sup everyone." You did hear that, right?
No.
Okay.
Yes. Yep, we heard the stop.
Sup.
What's is what you call it with this still yet? Jason?
No, he.
No, he never came back. He didn't come in.
I tried
I
to
don't
get
know
him
what
back.
happened.
I think he said just before he wanted to get some sleep or something.
Well, he got pretty rowdy. He got pretty wound up on that last bit. You know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
it went. I think he didn't like having to kind of quiet it down for a little bit. That set him off. Which, don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm fine with that. It draws in a lot of attention. You know.
It's good content.
Angel the other day got mad because I got into an argument with him about Farrakhan. He jumped off the freaking chat, wrote in the freaking the chat room that I was freaking a racist who freaking was trying to suppress him. I was like, dude, what the hell are you talking about? Get your ass back in here. And he come back in. You know, that's the way we do stuff. You know what I mean? It just you have hangout. You get a little hot and bothered, you know, but you don't like freaking take off and get all upset about shit. Like V's nuts as it is, you know, but at least he came back in. I was like, what the hell are you doing, dude? And he just came back in.
I just can't be on the air with when you guys have V and when my kids are here, you know.
Well, I told you there's only three
good
people
for
that's
you.
gotten me in trouble, and it's V, Raph, and freaking and Mr. Robot.
Raph.
Yeah, Raph, dude. Raph is a rebel. Raph is so freaking like if you get a chance to just talk to him by yourself,
Oh yeah, I've done a lot with Raphael.
like in a live stream, don't put him on YouTube because if you do, freaking you well,
Okay,
actually, he might be able to now. Like
he's not, Raph's come a long way, but he did drop it tonight.
Yeah, he did.
Noticed that
He-
once, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he got one for F-bomb in, yeah.
yeah, and you know he's
Well-
he's been doing pretty good there for a long time, and then boom, dropped it tonight.
Yeah, well, he said he was tired, so,
Yeah.
you know,
Mm.
maybe that's what it was.
I get
only
it,
one.
but you know,
I'm a rebel. I never say cuss
but
words.
you, Roger, always, you know, get him going.
Yeah, I
That's the
know.
problem. Hey,
know.
we're gonna get cut off, guys. I
All
need
right.
to post out. I just realized what time it was, and I looked too. If you're on Kick, we're gonna head over to the Great Conspiracy. He's got a great channel, and he always comes in and relays and does my
All right, so that is it for tonight. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you did, check Draegus production out. Like, subscribe, share, make comments. Both his platform as well as ours here on the wonderful world of weirdness. I hope you enjoyed. If you did, say something. Let us know. Find us on. You can find us on. I gotta get that off there. You can find us on Kick, Rumble, YouTube, sometimes D Live, and Twitch as well. On Kick or on Rumble and YouTube, the wonderful world of weirdness on Kick, and on Kick and Twitch. You can find me at Roger_Hanson on Kick, and on Twitch you can find me at Infamous1969. And with that being said, I will go ahead and end the stream, and I will talk to you guys later.